Do you have? Awesome. All right, and Ange, you're good with roll call? Okay. Okay, welcome everybody. So we will start our February 2025 board meeting. I will start by acknowledging and respecting the Indigenous people within whose traditional lands we are meeting today. I'll take for a motion to adopt the agenda with the inclusion as noted. Main weatherhead discussion, looking in the room. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Adoption of the minutes from January. Motion. Thank you, Director Weatherhead. Thank you, Director Lockwood. Any corrections? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. CAO.
Yep, through the chair. So we've completed our competition for the regional deputy position that Chief Feist vacated when he became the regional fire chief. And Dan Zayak, who is our former training officer, won that competition. So a little bit of a domino effect in the regional fire service. So we'll be going out to fill the training officer position at this point.
Just wanted to check, Dan, are you online? I don't think so. Okay. Well, welcome to wherever you are. 3.1 with recommendations, Rindale Commission, Director Jackson.
Yes, I move the recommendation all vote weighted for the garbage tag fees for service S-189 refuse transfer. Area A increased from $3.50 to $4 a bag as of March 1st, 2025.
Do you have a second? Thank you, Director Hewitt. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. CSLAC 3.1.2, Director Vandenberg.
Thank you. 5 resolutions, majority voted. Start with number 1, that the $25,000 in grants for Community Sustainable Living Advisory Committee S105 be removed from the draft 2025 financial plan and the requisition be reduced to reflect the removal of the grants.
Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Second resolution, PO weighted, that is what is PO?
Participants only.
There we go, participants only. That the 2025 draft Community Sustainable Living Advisory Committee financial plan be amended as approved.
Second. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Participants? Anybody opposed? And just one quick question, sorry to Angela and just to the rest of my CSLAC committee members. When we're in committee, our motions need to be reflected a little more of being in a committee with direction to the board. So I did talk to Angela about working with Shelley and the agenda portion so that we're not doing that. These here also are missing some of that language, but it's fine. So just wanted to let you know I followed up on that.
Thank you.
And number 3, go ahead.
All vote weighted that the recommendation to the board that RDCK enter into a contribution agreement with Yakanuki for building our partnership of working together on water sustainability for Yakanuki, Creston Valley, and the chair and the corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents, and further that the cost be paid from S105 Community Sustainability.
Second, tyranny discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Resolution 4, all vote that the Community Sustainable Living Committee establish bylaw number 3004 in 2025 be read first, second, and third by content as amended.
Second, thank you, Director. Main discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And finally, number 5, all vote that the Rural Mobility Community Advisory Committee bylaw number 3005 in 2025 be read first, second, and third time by content.
Thank you, Director Page. Discussion.
Can I just get an overview?
Can we direct you to the agenda where the bylaw would be for CSLAC and you can read it there?
I'm just wondering how coming out of CSLAC versus board in general.
That's a really long conversation. Can we get a quick summary on that? It's more about rural mobility in all aspects, not just transit. If you read the bylaw, it will direct any recommendations specific to our transit service to those appropriate committees. But this is also addressing active transportation, and it's a community appointed committee for the public to give us input on rural mobility. There's several reports there. It's difficult to repeat several meetings conversation right now, but if you look at the CSLAC agenda, you'll have all of that there. The board reports or the reports are all there. Jackman?
Well, just to confirm, I believe these are the nature of the bylaws that go to the ministry now for their checking before adoption.
Yeah.
For both of these.
Okay, did we vote on that? No. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Joint Resource Recovery Committee, Dr. Jackman.
Yes, thank you. We only have one recommendation from yesterday's joint resource, so this is all vote weighted. I move the board approve RDCK enter into a purchase of goods agreement with Rollins Machinery for the purchase of a new model HS 483 item axle compaction push-out trailer to a maximum value of $270,134 plus GST from the chair and clerk authorized to sign and further cost to be paid from S187 Refuse Disposal Central.
Second, thank you, Lockwood. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Membership. So this is all one motion. You got Weimer appointments, resource recovery. So that's Carolyn and Denise. And then Area D advisory planning has a new member as well as one leaving. Go ahead, Cunningham.
Thank you, Jared. I need to move that with one little slight change. The terms are then 26, not 25.
And just that,
With the chair, just one moment.
Yep. No, sorry, she's just checking on the date based on the bylaw.
Yeah, so through the chair, the term is for 1 year, so it will be the end of 2022.
Understood.
And you don't need to read it because I think we all have it here, but Director Hewitt.
I just got a question about the area D appointee. They don't have to be residents of area D in order to be appointed, or does that individual own property in area D? And I just don't know it.
Historically, yes, lots all over the place. No, I'd actually checked quite a while ago about membership on APHCs, and maybe I'll just ask staff to verify that. Ange?
So through the chair, I would have to pull up the bylaw.
I checked quite a while ago. I was curious about actually having Yakiniku representation. So that was quite a while ago. That did not come through. I didn't hear from anybody there, but then with recent proposals, especially on woodlots and agricultural stuff, Mr. Wells has been commenting, and I was like, you're an agrologist, you'd be great to have.
Yeah.
And we're down to 2 members on that APHC, so, yeah. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Emergency Program Executive Committee. Everybody's familiar with this committee. I know we have so many, but this is post. Why do we do this right now? Just because we've had a change in vice, or is the term ended?
No, through the chair, we do this annually, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just not in
And
December.
and through the chair, it was just missed in December. Appointments.
Okay. So the first section, I'll ask for those that would like to be appointed and for representation of A, B, C, G, Selma, and Creston, other nominations.
Director Vandenberg.
Director Vandenberg, do you accept?
I do.
And I'm going to treat each one of these as the normal nomination process. So I'm going to ask for a second time for that area. Is there further nominations? And for time. Okay, so we'll put Vandenberg in that category. We'll go through all of them. The next one for DEF, Caslow, Jackman.
Nominate Director Hewitt.
Director Hewitt, do you accept? Thank you. Calling for a second time. And a third time, sorry, checking online. Okay, so we got Vandenberg, Hewitt, and then for the third section, electoral areas HIJK, Nakas, Sillerton, New Denver, Slocan. I'll take nominations.
look at me, guys.
Lockwood.
I'd like to nominate Weatherhead.
Weatherhead, do you accept?
Thank you, yes.
And I'll call for a second time. And a third time. Okay, so then I think we can go ahead and move the motion with Vandenberg for A, B, C, G, et cetera, Hewitt for D, E, F, Coslow, and a Weatherhead for H, I, J, K.
So moved.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Good work. 4.1 bylaw 2975 local conservation committee. So this is, we never had a formal committee to review these intakes. So now we have a formal committee, which is the appropriate process. We have two motions there.
Move
Go.
third reading.
Second. Thank you, Hewitt. Discussion. Director Graham.
Thank you through the chair. I have a question. I'm trying to find this now, but it was point 3 on page 7 in the second paragraph. It says discretion to review projects with electoral area advisory commissions. And I'm just wondering who those commissions might be. Like, is that our ADHCs, or I'm just looking for some clarity on what that actually means.
Sure, who is that?
The chair could be Sangeeta, or probably Nelson, actually. Nelson's online.
Go ahead, Nelson.
Can I just check audio? Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I
Thank you.
had trouble hearing the question. I wonder if it could just be repeated.
Sure, go ahead, Director Graham.
Thank you. So on point 3, page 7, second paragraph, it says discretion to review projects with electoral area advisory commissions. And I'm just wondering who those commissions might be. Like, if those are referring to our area planning heritage commissions, or what commissions does that mean?
Did you hear that, Nelson?
Could you just give me the page again and what document being referred to?
It's in the actual bylaw, Director Graham?
Sorry, I have my notes here now. I didn't put which attachment was.
Stuart's gonna pull it up. Was it in the terms of reference or the bylaw? Because the terms of reference are out. Under point 3,
Page 7, point 3.
the committee is subordinate advisory body to the board. So I think that's not the one you're referencing. I think it's the terms of reference, which we're not using anymore, as far as I understand it. Only one with 7
Yeah,
pages
Chair.
is the terms of reference. Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't see point 3. Can you, it's not in the bylaws, so can we go ahead and then we can, any advisory
I'll follow it
commission
up later
is,
with Nelson.
yeah.
Okay,
I don't know that we have other advisory commissions,
okay.
but yeah, if you want to email that in. Sorry, Nelson, but thank you.
No, it's okay. Yeah, just to note that the terms of reference will be repackaged, and we'll address anything in there that needs updating as well. And that will, of course, go through this committee and the board.
Okay, thank you. So being that the motion is relative to the bylaw itself, it's not in that bylaw. So I think we're okay, Director Graham? Okay. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? And the next
Move
one.
adoption.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Director Main. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Area G land use amendment.
So move, I can read it, for, electoral area G land use amendment, so Pelagie area G, and report be received, and recommendation is that electoral area G land use amendment bylaw 2984, 2024 being a bylaw to amend electoral area G land use bylaw 2452, 2018, 2013, and further consideration be adopted for municipal land use amendment bylaw 2984. Being a bylaw, that the following items of the obtained, which is approval of land use amendment bylaw by the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure pursuant to section 52(3)(a) of the Transportation Act.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And this is third reading discussion. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. And you have another one there, Director Cunningham.
And again, I'll read the recommendation itself, that being the electoral area D land use amendment bylaw, number 2986/2024, being a bylaw to amend electoral area D land use bylaw 2018. Hereby given third reading and further consideration of adoption be withheld. The land use amendment bylaw being a bylaw to amend electoral area D land use bylaw 2452. 2018 and the following items have been obtained again. Approval of the land use of the bylaw by the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure pursuant to section 3A of the Transportation Act.
Second. Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 4.4, Director New.
I'd like to move referral to the March meeting, March board meeting.
Do we have a second on that? Thank you. On the proprietary referral, Jackman.
To board, or does this need to return to RAC first?
Good question, Board of Rack.
Staff.
On board, it went through 2 readings, public hearing.
Okay. And you're just referring the no further action for another month? Okay. Further discussion? Jackman?
So I'm curious, can we receive input because it's gone through like is there any instruction to staff on referral because it's gone through a public hearing? So if that went back to RAC, we could then review the contents of the public hearing and see if there was some issue.
It's good to clarify post-public hearing, what is the process in terms of new information?
Well, through the chair, if the motion ended up being anything different than what's on the agenda being referred, we'd have to go back to the start of the process again. But through the chair, what I believe and Zach and Sadie can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what referring this motion does is it prevents it from being held up for 6 months. Like we can't bring it back for another 6 months if there's no further action is passed. But if Director Newell wanted to somehow work with staff and the proponent to bring the process back to the beginning and start the application over, I believe that would be possible if this motion is not passed. And I can ask planning staff to confirm that, but.
I think essentially if this is passed today, there's nothing that can be done for 6 months. By referring it, that gives another month to see if there's something that can be done. But if something is done, you're triggering the whole planning process to start again.
The staff is allowed to continue to work on it.
Yes. But new information would likely, or any changes would trigger the requirements on another public hearing, nodding from planning staff. Okay. You know what we're doing? Do you know what we're doing now?
On the propriety of referral, I didn't know that there were any, I've never heard of us not being able to refer a motion for a month.
It's not about not being able to refer the motion. It's about what is the process that is occurring at that time. So because this is related to a land use planning one that requires public hearings, if you do start working on it or change information, you then have to go back to the public with it.
Oh, there'll be no
Sorry.
change of information, no.
Okay.
Yeah, and through the chair, you're allowed to refer any motion. I
Yes.
think what Director Jackman was commenting on is usually when something's referred, there's an expectation to say this is the further information we need for staff to bring back before we can consider this. And that hadn't been mentioned, so I believe that's why Director Jackman made that statement.
Yeah, no further information is needed.
Okay. I know what we're doing. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And you got that referred forward. Thank you. 4.5 and 4.6. Oh, these are the repeal commissions. Go ahead, Dr. Hewitt.
There's 2 motions. The first one is that the Caslowan Area Regional Facilities Recreation and Park Service Commission repeal bylaw number 3013/2025 be read a first, second, and third time by content.
I'll second that. And I think we'll just provide the contact and that we do not have anybody populating these commissions, and it's been several years, but we do have North Kootenay Lake Services Committee where we talk about all these anyhow. So just decreasing the amount of commissions we have and focusing where we have energy. I think it's the best way to put it. Anything to add, Director Hewitt?
No.
Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried?
And then for adoption of the same. And the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign.
Second that. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Glacier Creek, same thing.
That the Glacier Creek Regional Park Commission repeal bylaw number 3014-2025 be read for second and third time by comment.
In that discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried?
Adoption.
I'll second that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, the next two, 4.7 and 4.8, Director Hewitt, are you comfortable if we refer these to our Monday meeting for community services? I think now that we have the numbers, we're exceeding quite a bit, so I was hoping we can go back and discuss this.
Okay. So move referral back to the North Kootenay Lake Services Committee for the item 4.7.
4.7 and 4.8?
Yes.
Yeah, they both have the same. Okay. I'll second that. On referral, do we want to reference referral, Papa?
Yeah, I do have a question on referral, if I may. When you refer these back, you're referring back to community advisory or the community services committee?
Our shared services committee. Yeah.
Okay, to discuss them.
Just to discuss essentially the numbers once we looked at this are quite high. So that's what we want to go back and look at within our budgets if this is necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Good, Ange? Okay.
Vote.
No further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Regional Accessibility Advisory Committee amendment. We have a report. We have a motion. Where do we want to start? Anybody? Anybody? Hi, Director Lynn. Hello, good morning. Good morning. Okay, the roads are nasty out there. Someone like to,
I will
thank
move
you.
3 readings.
Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the next motion?
Prior to moving to option, I
Yes.
should have said I've already had positive feedback from a remote community group that is looking forward to this. However, since you can't speak after do it, I'll move to option.
You can speak in between, that's fine. Do we have a second? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, by law enforcement notice and dispute adjudication. So this is to incorporate our updates to resource recovery, correct? Thank you.
Move 3 readings.
And do we have a second? Thank you, Pop-Off. Discussion. I'm gonna check online. Graham.
Question through the chair. On 4.1, the RDCK does load securement checks. Is that on like regular vehicles?
Yeah, through the chair, we do checks on how well loads are tied down.
Okay, then supplemental, then I think $100 is really too low for a fine because a load, like if the load comes apart on a road, like that can be a real danger to other vehicles, and I think $100 is too low. I'm also looking at 5.1, the smoking. I think $100 there is too low. I would think that should be at least 200 for each of those. And then 5.3, failure to dispose of waste in a manner that conforms to work safety BC regulations, to me seems like that would be done by a company. And again, $100 seems really low for something like that. And I'm still also 8.14, entering a resource recovery facility at a time other than designated hours of operations. Again, a first and second offense of $100, I think is also too low. So, does anyone else have a comment on any of that?
Jackman. I'm gonna go to Angela and then.
So through the chair, my understanding that these rates have been incorporated from the bylaw 2961, the resource recovery regulatory fees bylaw, which has already been adopted.
So just part of the context is that this was done at joint resource. And so now we're updating the bylaws that give us the ability to fine, and that's the bylaw you're approving today. Stewart and then
Yeah.
Chapman.
Through the chair, but if Director Graham has, topics that she wants to bring up in joint resource in terms of what's appropriate fines, that's something we could definitely put on a future agenda if you've got concerns around that, absolutely.
So Director Graham, I just wanna, does that make sense to you and good points? Okay, Jackman?
Jordan's not with us, but depending on the nature of the infraction, are we also limited under the municipal ticketing authority? You can't just fine $500 or $1,000. I thought that was part of where some of these are set. There's different kind of types of infractions. So that's something I'd be interested in having a bylaw bring back to us. Because we could be exploring other areas where we can increase our
Right.
ticketing authority. But I thought we had limitations on some things, even though the fines may seem trivial. I don't think we have the power to fine whatever we want. So Jordan could explain that if he was, future term resource.
Yeah, okay. Pop, were you on the list? No, you were just pointing something out. Okay, thank you. All those further discussion? I think that was good. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And for adoption? Do you want to ask something before adoption?
No.
Oh, okay.
Adoption, I guess.
Second.
Okay,
Group is very quiet.
I
feel
know.
conspicuous today.
is everybody dissatisfied with their coffee? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Director Graham, just to give you, to not lose track of what you're suggesting there, by all means, send it to staff and maybe copy alternate director Smink, who generally is there. And then the next time they do it, we can make sure that we've captured your thoughts today. Okay. Bylaw 3019, municipal ticketing. This is the second part of the same process. Thank you, Director Hewitt.
Second, 3 readings.
Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And for adoption?
I'll move adoption.
Thank you. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Belfour Water Service parcel tax. I understand we approved something, but then forgot to change the numbers. That would occur.
Through the chair, I think there might be a form that I still needed to sign again, so I didn't find it in my email.
And we did check. She said you had the approval.
You have it?
Sorry, it might be from the previous. I can send it to you, as long as you consent today, I can send it to you.
Okay, thanks, because I have trouble searching my emails.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and say, the following resolution 2125 being the Belfour Water Service Parcel Tax Amendment and bylaw 2990, 2025 is hereby adopted and the chair and the corporate officer will be authorized to sign the same.
That one's being rescinded. Yeah.
Right.
Second. Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And now the one to adopt. Go ahead. Or for second and third.
Okay, I'll just move the first, second, and third.
Second. Thank you. Discussion.
Yes,
Yes, no.
so this bylaw caps the parcel tax forever. Except in 5 years, can it go up 25%?
Yes.
No,
And yes.
So through the chair, Director Graham, we're confusing the service establishment bylaw with the parcel tax bylaw. So the service establishment bylaw, which can increase by 25% every 5 years, is what Director Graham has already given consent to. What this is now just the parcel tax bylaw that goes along with that bylaw to say, this is how much it's raising for this period.
thanks.
Yes.
Just for clarity, this is it's a no greater than, it's not specifying how much, it's only the no greater than, right? Yeah.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And for adoption.
Move adoption.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, Director McFadden. Hello. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Creston and District Outdoor Washroom. Who would like to take that one?
Sure, move the recommendation. as for the agenda.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Director Tierney. Discussion?
They are needed, they are wanted, and they will be there this year.
Okay. Firm statement. Discussion, we're good. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. CBT Community Readiness Partnership is Dan, is that who wrote this one?
Yeah.
Is Dan on the line or Sankita? Just if we have questions. Oh, Dan's there. Yep. Hi, Dan. We have a motion. We have a report. Any questions? Director Weatherhead.
Thank you, through the chair. My question when I was reading the report about the background and history, this is a new agreement and this is for the entire regional district in terms of the emergency disaster mitigations, not just not these websites that were named in the previous. They have named technology capacities at Creston and Castlegar Recreation Centers. So this is a whole new agreement. Is that my understanding?
Dan, did you hear the question?
Through the chair, yes, thank you. This is a new contribution agreement, and I was listing just some other agreements that we had previously had with CBT. This is a new huge opportunity based on conversations that staff had with CBT last year, articulating some of the constraints that we had with the funding programs that they were offering, and CBT, to their incredible credit, listened and developed a program specifically for regional districts. So they've offered the same contribution agreement to RDEK, RDKB, and RDCK.
And it is for the full region where emergency services by us are employed.
The entire regional.
Yeah,
That's,
okay.
Sorry, through the chair, thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks.
Further discussion or a motion? Oh, Lockwood, you're on the list. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm wondering if it would be appropriate for myself and Director Cunningham to reach out to Amy to find out if we can continue our dot night the way we have always done it.
Can you?
Because it's changed. That
This
we have to have
this isn't ready grant.
Oh, this is not ready grant.
No.
Oh, sorry, I just saw CBT. I apologize.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. We'll note ready grants, Lockwood's first on the so this is a contribution agreement for emergency services, essentially. Further discussion and or a motion.
Fike?
Oh, Fike, yes, go ahead. If you could please use chat for your name, then I won't miss you. But
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah.
That's okay.
Of course, this is a good agreement and CBT is great. I guess my concern is in 2 years, can RDCK kind of look backwards and see actual results that are on the ground, that the $230,000 was well spent. And I guess when I look at the brief, Dan, the terms explore kind of makes me nervous because it's not measurable. And I really don't want to spend any money on consultants. That was mentioned as well. The need for improved regional coordination and collaboration on the disaster risk reduction that's in your brief there, perfect. I guess I'm speaking to fire based on our location and what happened in the Slocan Valley. But, you know, it's, so I'm not speaking to floods, but to support community resiliency, I mean, it's really cheaper to fire smart your home than to rebuild it. So I would love to see, and I know the RDCK has a assessment, a rebate program to sort of maybe push fire smarting a bit more. I know insurance is going to step in there and decide whether your house is fire smart or not and decide to insure you. And the one I'd really like to emphasize, just from my point of view and maybe the trauma that happened last year, the collaboration based on last year needs to improve for sure. But training and equipment caches for rural communities, I think that's super important. And I guess I'll just restate again, we don't need to do a lot of exploring here. And I think we want to look back in 2 years and see something that on the ground that we were actually there. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Fike. Dan, do you have feedback?
Sure, thank you. Through the chair. 100% agree. I think everything that we do will need to have, will need to be measurable and something that we can look back on and say, this definitely built or increased resilience in the community. I think because this came in the day before reports were due, so I quickly put a report together, and it's going to come back where we have to submit a solid plan back to CBT to articulate what it is we're going to do, and measurability is for us is in all our projects are definitely something we do. One of the things with this grant is that it has to be, in terms of eligibility, which you might have also noticed, Director Fike, is that it has to be above and beyond anything that can be funded through another type of program. So like the CRI grants, UBCM CRI grants is where we get our Fire Smart funding. And as you probably saw in the budget, we actually have 950,000 this year instead of 750,000 for our CRI Fire Smart grant, which is going to create more opportunity there. So this money can be used for things that are like where we can leverage opportunity to have new money. And so I like when I think about it, there's all sorts of work that can be done in terms of building efficiencies and effectiveness of the EOC. That piece to your point around resilience in our communities, like I think of NEP and how can we further increase its impact. The other piece is we might need to use some consultants because one of the things that I'm conscious of is when we have this kind of money, it creates an opportunity to increase our capacity and without burdening staff beyond just the administrative component of the granting process. So there is an opportunity when we use consultants, but using them for, let's say, functions that are appropriate. So it's not about outsourcing and then they create a report and it sits on the shelf. It really is about doing like actual work that typically would otherwise need to be done by staff.
Through the chair, supplemental.
Yeah, go ahead, Director Fike.
Yeah, I agree that, we're not dumping the funds into further Fire Smart assessment necessarily, but just pushing the idea of fire smarting. Fire smarting, it's cheaper to fire smart your house than rebuild it. So just, I don't know whether it would be a PR campaign based on, I think after LA, people are kind of, denial is no longer a possibility, really. I mean, you never underestimate the power of denial, but anyway, that's all, Dan. Thanks very much.
I think there's a couple notes, Dan, that might be helpful, and Director Fike. It might be good for New Denver to receive a delegation from emergency services just to outline the different programming and how they work. You'll have a Fire Smart coordinator that would address specifically the fire smarting and PR aspects. So it might be good to provide some of that context. And in terms of follow-up from the fires this summer, we have several after action processes that have occurred that I assume, Dan, this is my question to you, those will be part of what informs what we could act on based on what we heard from the outcomes of this summer from those reports. Is that correct?
Yes, through the chair, absolutely. So it creates an opportunity for us to probably do more out of our after action reviews. We're expecting those by the end of March, so the report should be coming in around then. And then again, prioritizing what those activities are and recommendations that they have in there. And the other part is that's a bit of the wild card and that doesn't necessarily have funding attached to it is EDMA is going to be coming out most likely with its regulations or at least part of its regulations this year. And these funds could be also used to a part of these funds could be held back and used to address any activities that would be coming out of the EDMA regulations as well.
Thank you, Dan. Director Fike, just so you know, if you can take your hand down and then just put your name in chat. It's easier for me to see with so many people online and then I won't miss you. Thank you. Pop off and then Maine.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think Director Fike mentioned in that agreement training for our communities. And I guess the question that I have, the training for communities that don't have fire service within their catchment area, outside that, because our fire services, or does that include training for our different fire halls?
Dan?
I can't speak to the, through the chair, I can't speak to the fire hall piece. If you're talking about like our regional fire service, I think they get training in a different capacity. When it comes to, let's say, groups that are outside the fire protection area, I would, if that was prioritized through through the project plan that we'll put together for this particular grant, I would probably come back to the board for guidance on that, since you did vote in December not to join the Community Cooperative Wildfire, CCWR, Community Wildfire Response Program. So I'd come for you for guidance for that.
So Director Popoff, just as a reminder, and it's in the chair's report, we have the briefing note there on our issues, and I'll speak to, we met with Minister Anderson about trying to get that program to be as applicable and usable as possible in its current format. It's not productive, and it's quite burdensome. I think in terms of training, the way that we recommended it was that the way training has already occurred, which is through different organizations that are doing S100 and whatnot, that can still continue. Us doing that is not where we're going based on our feedback so far.
And that was the question that I had. So for more information to Director Fike, there is an Area H Emergency Services Committee meeting on March the 5th in Silverton at 10:30 a.m.
You want to just email that to him? You can include the link.
Yes, and they can possibly have a representative from New Denver attend that meeting and discuss the issues that he presented here.
Yeah, it's good to know that Director Casely participated in the after action reports on behalf of New Denver. So this is where we need to make sure you guys are talking to each other about what was said and what was requested. But emergency services could also be the committee where you guys can all sit down and work it out. Maine, and no motion on the floor so far.
Okay, great, thank you. I have a very simple question and then a supplemental depending on the answer to the question. So I believe that this references emergencies not limited to fire, correct? Okay, in that case, it's really easy for all of us to, when you say the word emergency, fire is what's connected with it, but we have all sorts of other emergencies, and I see this as a way of, starting to plan around floods, debris flows, train derailments in areas where that's appropriate. Bombings, one of which did happen in New Denver 15 years ago. A truck was blown up by a pipe bomb. There's all sorts of emergencies, and there's all sorts of levels of preparedness. And there's the individual preparedness, there's the neighborhood preparedness, but then for the municipalities and to some degree the local, the rural electoral areas, Silverton learned that we have to take steps to protect our data and our technology. So there's all sorts of things that can happen along with this. And I see it as a really exciting piece to be able to look at emergencies as a class, not just fire.
Okay, see Dan nodding. Cunningham.
Thank you, Chair.
No motion on the floor, FYI, if anyone would like to move a motion, just go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to point out that with regards to fire department training, firefighters are specifically trained in structural firefighting. And the addition of courses such as the S100 are being done in addition to these things. And in fact, in Weimar, fire department and the people who put on our S100 course invites the whole community to participate. In other words, because more knowledge is better for everybody, and that goes along with the fire smart thing. It occurs to me that perhaps we should be looking at that kind of thing, perhaps beyond community-wise thing. So, because a lot of people don't know or didn't realize that you look at the California example, the buildings that were saved were those who were pumped out their swimming pools and put sprinklers on their roofs, those kinds of things. And we've known about that for years. As a matter of fact, we do have trailers with sprinkler trailers and things like that. it's odd that that kind of thing didn't happen in California. Should be, I think, have an expanded, some kind of expanded education of this, so perhaps some of this funding from the trust will be worthwhile, used in a worthwhile way to expand that kind of thing, so the whole community can be aware of perhaps the whole regional history, because education never hurt anybody. Comment, I have obviously not moved the motion, but I will certainly would quite willing to do so.
Sorry, you are moving the motion or you
Yes.
are not? You're moving the motion. Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Were you gonna add? Oh, sorry. I was just gonna see, Dan, you're good? You heard that? Okay. Director Weatherhead, go ahead.
Oh, no, thank you. I was just gonna move the motion.
All right. Further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Okay, Corey Scott's the next one on this one. I thought it was Dan again. So this is flood hazard policy. Corey or Sankita? I see Sankita there. Yes, please do. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Stuart.
through the chair, the only reason for this report is that the motion needed to be in a particular format. The motion that you see was required by the granting agency. So it's the same report, essentially the same project that's come to you before. We're just looking for different wording on the motion.
Thank you, Director Hewitt. Second, Lockwood, discussion. Jackman.
Yeah, I appreciate there's a lot of history and tracking back to 2017, which in my mind was Alberta and BC disasters. The Fed said, hey, you want to face this, here's some money, too much work. And through that, I appreciate this, what you do in 2019, 2020, et cetera, focused on areas. What work has to be done today? Because I kind of read that there's $8,900 plus $1,100, a near $10,000 plus 0.2 FTE of a plan or two. Exactly what work is going to be done. The report says there's minimal risk. This isn't something we're building something. What's going to happen? Is this just a bit of a policy update plus a GIS mapping update? What exactly we're going to do?
Corey, did you hear that question?
I did, yes.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, the intent of this is to do a full policy review, a high-level policy review of the regional district's relevant flood hazard policies, as well as its member municipalities' flood hazard policies, to look for opportunities for alignment there. And then the other piece, and I think that this is probably the meat and potatoes of this, is to adapt the information from the flood hazard work done through NDMP to adapt that to our floodplain management bylaws, which are really where kind of the rubber meets the road for actually enshrining that work in a regulatory process. So making that information legally enforceable is the short of it. So the work would be focused primarily around a review of the regional district's floodplain management bylaw, as well as the Village of Salmo's floodplain bylaw, both of which could use a comprehensive updates.
Supplemental.
1,000, I can see that covering the high-level policy review. But then the next step, the important step, I think Fred just said, potatoes, you gotta do this mapping update. So I have no hint of what that cost is, or how that's gonna happen, and I'm more than curious, do I just wait? Because 0.2 of an FTE, maybe I read that wrong, indicates that there's a much bigger piece of work, but no money outside for mapping or GIS commitment time. Do we have any sense of what that's gonna be? Because there's a lot of flood hazard zones in our regional district.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Corey.
Through the chair, the $10,000 that's listed in the staff report, that's the amount needed to submit the expression of interest as well as the full proposal, which has been done. The actual request to the province is, I believe, $194,000 to complete this work.
That's where I'm out of date, or I have to reread something, I guess, revisit this.
And we've already. And where's that 194, Corey?
The 194 is based on estimates provided by the engineering consultant that assisted us in the proposal development.
I'm sorry, I meant to ask, is that already applied for?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Cunningham?
Thank you, through the chair to staff. After the flooding that occurred in the Selmo area a number of years ago, it seemed to me that we did some LiDAR work talking about flood levels and the use of those kinds of things. And it seemed to me that the district afterwards had the whole district LiDAR. For those of you who know that's, okay, right, can you refresh me on that? How far that went and how, if that information is still useful and what we're planning on doing today? For example,
So the NDMP he referenced is the LiDAR.
pardon?
The NDMP he referenced is the LiDAR that will be used to update. Is that correct, Corey?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. And to build on that a little bit, the LiDAR collected through the NDMP, that's just sitting as information right now. It's not enshrined in any bylaws, and that's what this project would seek to do. It would be to update our floodplain regulations based on that LiDAR data.
Thank you. That's helps a lot.
Okay, great. Oh, Sangeeta, you needed to add something to that? Nope, you're good?
Corey covered it.
Okay, thanks. Director Graham?
Thank you. So through the chair, a motion that, you know, it says to commits to cost overruns. It would, to me, would make more sense if it had cost overruns up to some number. Like just having an open-ended motion, which it doesn't seem like it's gonna be, the cost overrun's gonna be that high, but we don't know. And I would think that it would just make sense to add, if we could ask staff what a reasonable number would be and to have the cost overruns up to a number would just be a suggestion here.
Through the chair, my first question is whether that would be acceptable from the granting process. And I think that Corey had mentioned that if there was cost overruns, they would be likely internal staff costs that we'd have to spend more time on it. So it'd be items that would already be in the budget as opposed to any increased external costs. But I can have Corey speak to that, whether or not it would be acceptable from the granting agency's perspective to put in a limit.
So yeah, the granting agency is the one that wants this wording. So Corey, go ahead. Could we include a limit on that based on what they requested as a motion?
I'm through the chair, I'm not entirely sure. They just provided that template wording that's in the recommendation. That's the wording that they provided. There was no indication whether there was a maximum. What I would like to highlight for the board is that the proposal form that they provide seems to be, and they confirm this in our meeting with them, more tailored towards structural projects. So actual mitigation measures such as dikes and damming structures. So through that, I believe that the cost overrun concerns from the ministry appear to me to be mainly around material and labor costs, and less so because this is a non-structural project. The consulting costs are pretty well understood, and it's pretty low risk that there would be cost overruns. So to answer the question, I'm not sure whether the ministry would be amenable to changing the template wording that they've provided around cost overruns.
But I do get your point, Director Graham. I understand. I think part of what Corey's indicating is that those risks are mostly in the actual building infrastructure components. Go ahead.
Through the chair, if the cost of the project is a concern for the board, then you could pass a second motion that says staff be directed to come back to the board should the cost go over budget. And then you can determine whether you want to proceed at that point.
We could do
would be
that.
out of pocket.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we finish this one and then we can figure out the wording and come back to that? Unless we have wording right now. I don't know that we know those numbers right now. Well, let's finish this motion, but that's a good option. Further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So would we, how would we word that? Or do we want to take that one away and then we can bring it back before the end of the meeting?
Yeah, to the chair, we can bring it back in March.
Dr. Graham, I'm gonna go to you on that one.
I would like that.
To come back in March, are we okay with that? Okay. Okay, Corey, so we're gonna, Director Graham will probably reach out to you and we'll make sure we get a motion in March that says to a certain limit, and otherwise you have to come back to the board.
We know the limit because it's the grant application amount, so we know what the dollar amount is we're working with.
Okay.
And we can make it a very general motion that
Yeah.
the board's required to approve any cost overruns on the project.
Okay. We got it, Corey, sorry.
Okay, may I ask a question?
Yes,
So
yes.
so did a resolution get passed today around cost overruns? Yes? Okay, thank you.
No, sorry, we moved and passed the motion as indicated in the agenda. In March, we'll pass a motion that indicates at a certain amount, and beyond that, you have to come back to the board for the overruns.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Lockwood.
And I appreciate the discussion and understand where Director Graham is going. My concern would be is we get so far down and then we find out that we're over, I don't know what that number is, that we're over $500 or $5,000 and the board voted against it. Then what happens to the grant?
Sorry, through the chair, we'd have to wait till we get to that point.
Okay.
We'd have to let you know what work would need to be done, how much further we could go with it, and let you weigh the pros and cons of whether or not you want to proceed.
Okay.
I think when we have the motion in March, that's when we can really be clear about what we're expecting. Okay. 5.2.3, RDCK initiatives with First Nations, alignment with UNDRIP. So we have a motion, we have a report, we have Sangeeta in the room who wrote the report. I'll open it up to the floor. Jackman.
Don't start your timer, Chair, please. I'm looking at 61 pages.
Means I'm gonna start my time. Go ahead.
Of information, the staff compilation of information, opinion, supporting documents, reference documents, legal opinions on one viewpoint. And in 2 minutes, I can't possibly begin to ask the questions I want to ask, but so I'll start with the positive. On pages 240 onwards and 259 onwards, good for us. We're doing pretty good so far. We have a lot of work in the hopper. Some of it's intermittently progressing and then kind of stalling, but we are doing good work. It's not as if we don't know what we're doing. It's not as if we don't know what we want to do. When I look at training, and I read some of the words in the report, to assist the board's desired approach to working with Indigenous nations. Maybe the first training or workshop needs to be asked to sit down and update the board's desired approach to working with Indigenous nations before beginning with training. I've had more training than some. I've done everything I could through UBCM, through LGLA, lots of sessions, lots of experience, still lots of questions. But maybe before we presume what needs to be done, because some of it will be very valuable training and some of it might actually be, and it's going to be disparaging, might be almost puppy training. That I think understanding the board's desired approach to being updated is the first thing we talk about, not as a telling, but talking about need some patience. Harcourt, Premier Harcourt, 30 years ago, put a mere $20 million on the table. And all stakeholders have come some distance, some a long ways. We saw our Prime Minister the other day talking about part of what came out of that mere $20 million investment 30 years ago. And some of it has changed entirely. We're not looking at treaty, we're looking at understanding, revenue sharing, economic independence. A lot has been achieved. And we're, as I said earlier, we're on track on several things already. So also I read in here, looking for staff time dedicated to relationship building. We already have relationships built. And all of our approaches need to be a team approach, not staff or staff to staff. I'm looking for time and understanding and dedication to us as a team, because we're all a team. So this isn't something that happens there and then we get trained on how our role will evolve. I've tried so hard to have community-to-community initiatives go ahead and failed a couple times, and not for failure of communication with my peers in Indigenous governance. somehow it felt like. Whether or not that's the thing anymore, community to community, that to me is fundamentally the human to human, hey, how's it going approach? Not that we have regulatory UNDRIP and this and that, DRIPA, that we have to somehow understand and follow. It's just, how are you doing? You're humans, we're here together, we live together. Some of us are friends. That's the approach, not a training on the regulatory side. So, the only other point I want to raise is a bit of a history here. Page 212 of 534, if you look at the addenda package, which I love that the staff put it together and see everything in one big shot. There's a quote through ... development of KLP and Friends of Kootenay Lake, a good working relationship has evolved between RDCK and Yakima staff. As I read on, our working relationship was never just staff. And that relationship evolved, and the Friends of Kootenay Lake evolved in a manner differently from what I see as being captured as maybe a historical record. So at some other point, if somebody wants training from me on who was in the room, Ramona and I have talked about it, FOST. Can't talk to Ramona Maddox anymore. Bless her, I hope she's doing well. She left the regional district because of family issues as our chief of development, or head of the development department. Andy Shadrack and I have talked. We were all in the room. Ron Nichols probably available to talk. We can actually have maybe a bit of a training session or a historical recap of what we're trying to do, what Bruce McDonald and I came head to head on, why Friends of Kootenay Lake received direct support from the governance leaders to make sure that there was a community voice that didn't upset Ottawa. There's a big story there. 61 pages misses that. So, want to have a cup of coffee or training session? Want me to invite some of my peers who I still talk to? We can do that too. Main point, the next workshop maybe needs to be understanding the board's desired approach to working with Indigenous nations.
Thank you. Vandenberg.
Yes, thank you. Not to repeat anything that Director Jackman has said, to add into this, it was a lot to grasp in a short period of time. A lot of ideas. I take pride in the amount of research I've done on the UNDRIP and DRIPA files, and I'm firmly content that it is a federal provincial area, but we have our roles. We have our roles in local government. What I'm reading in the supporting documents is a work plan to move forward, and I think it's a little bit premature. We haven't had conversations on a lot of the detail within these work plans, and I'm not comfortable with it. I'm still looking forward to the leaders, leader to leader conversations that we're trying to evolve and get going. Appreciate the work that we are doing in our communities with our First Nations, but what is proposed here is quite a path forward, and I'm not comfortable with that. And I would also like to point out that one of the supporting documents, very well written, and it's from the Union of British Columbia Indian Bands, suggests an awful lot, but there's no authorization in that. It's misleading to me at this point in time. And the work plan attached to it is a lot of wishes and wannabes. We need to slow it down a little bit, and we need to decide as a leadership group where we want to go with this. I also want to reflect that that document provided from us to us does not reflect all the bands in British Columbia, my research tells me. And so to me, that's not the authority that we ought to be going by. We need to be working with what the province is working on, and that's their action plan, the 46 items that they're working through and being reported on. For us to jump ahead of this, I think is a mistake. And I also want to, not only with the work plan, which is very detailed and a lot of assumptions are made in there, just talk about our list of projects that we're happy to work on, Emergency Act, our partnership, however, the Kootenay partnership, wherever it is at the day-to-day, our feasibility and our sustainability with our Crescent Valley water. These are all positive things moving forward, and I'm welcoming conversations with the leaders of that group. Referenced in there is the traditional use study. Okay, well, we still have work to do on that. We haven't even had a conversation on that as yet. And we've been asking them for that for a long time. Some assumptions, our wayfinding project, we're working with First Nations, but it's not even identified in the list of projects. And the West Crescent Ferry Landing, that's not even formalized. So those are examples of things that there's a lot of pieces here that are moving in and around. And I don't know how it's being directed, and I'm concerned about that. The first part of the motion, I don't support right now because there's no business case, as I like to say. The second part of it is, yeah, I do want to get together with and talk to the appropriate people as a group and then inform our staff where we want to go with this. This is really taking a big leap forward. And I really believe strongly, my spidey sense is telling me we need to back up a little bit because we have leaders on the provincial and federal side that still need to do some of the work. I don't want to be stepping in on a local level and doing that work that's not necessary because I'm comfortable that we are doing what we need to do currently today.
Thank you. Director Graham, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you through the chair, and thank you to my colleagues who have already spoken, so I'm not going to address any of those issues. My question is, we're doing a lot, like there's a lot that's being done, there's staff time that's dedicated to relationship building, there's project specific costs for KLP, there's training capacity building, like the cultural sensitivity humility training, we're coordinating engagement efforts and policies. So my question is, and it's not in this report, we're being asked for $15,000. So what I would like to understand is how much we are already spending. It's being absorbed in other budgets, but it's not clear to me, like how much are we already invested here? So before I would wanna like support more finance, I would just like to know like how much is already being invested by the regional district.
Yeah.
Through the chair on training.
On the whole, like we're talking about the financial considerations of the proposed solution.
Yep.
So right now, like I don't know, like it's not in the report. It just says that these items, there's 4 or 5 listed there, 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're being absorbed by other budgets, but I have no idea how much that is. So I would like to have that understanding to know how much we're spending before I say, yes, let's spend more. So it just was missing from the report.
So through the chair last year would have been less than $2,000.
Less than
We did the board training that you had with Jared Basil, and we did a similar session in Creston, which cost just about the same. So it was less than $2,000 last year.
So that includes the staff time dedicated to relationship building.
I think that that's the clarification that needs to be made is that we're talking about training in this, but the report references all of the activities we're doing in other departments that are not training, they're actual projects. And that's where I think that's what you're asking, Director Graham, is all the funding going into those components, which is part of the bigger relationship building component.
Yeah, and through the chair, I would say there's very little time that would be what I would call relationship building outside of a specific project that it's associated with. So when we talk about the relationship building, it's Mark and Joe sitting down with Tunaha staff talking about the traditional use study. It's Uli sitting down with staff, talking about certain issues that we've got in the resource recovery services. So it's not something where we're sitting down, taking a day with Yakanuki staff or another nation staff and sitting there and working through things generally over the course of a day or something like that. It's tied to those specific projects that are in there. But no, I don't have a specific dollar amount hours dedicated to it.
And so supplemental, if I may, this report also says that there is already funding for training for emergency staff and for elected officials. Is that correct?
So through the chair, that's the reference to the EDMA work that the board approved last month.
I'm just gonna note that I think that the notion of what would be helpful, and we'll keep going through the speakers list, is a workshop that actually goes through what are all the areas we're currently working in, i.e. our Indigenous engagement relations is one that is actually the first one coming through DRIPA that is required, that we do have funding for. But what's the rest of it? I think that that's kind of the workshop idea Director Jackman was talking about. So we have a full picture, we can understand where it's occurring, what those relationships are. So as I listen, I'm gonna kind of build on, possibly that's one of our first actions. Well, it's not a first action. McFadden and then Paige.
Thank you. Thank you for, fellow directors. I appreciate hearing your perspective, especially those that have been around the table longer and understand the history, longer. I do wrestle with putting, the cart before the horse and whether or not we really know what we need training on yet, because I agree with you, Director Jackman, that it is about a relationship building, but in the city of Casper, we've got a little bit of hot water because we have a relationship with one, and someone else is now sending letters and upset that we have a relationship with one. And so when you're trying to just really understand people at a human level and build those relationships so we can make the best decisions we can, but yet we're in this framework where there's dollars and cents attached to these things, and that causes us to be at odds sometimes and causes their own nations to be at odds sometimes. We actually have a framework that's built to not succeed. And that is quite struggling for me as an elected official who deeply just wants to understand how we can do it better. And we're not being set up to succeed. And so I think until the province really puts some framework around what this is supposed to look like, and either we're trying to just have relationships and make our communities better, or there's very specific guidelines around what that needs to look like, and not this in between of gray, because that's what we're trying to live right now is we want you to do these things, but yet we're not really telling you how to do them. And so we might be making it worse. And I feel that tension. And I have told them such when I've got these letters is I am stuck in a tension of wanting to understand where you're coming from, but yet being stuck between. And that's not a comfortable place to be. And so I am cautious about us doing training that might change. Now, like the training we had about learning history, I do think it's important. And so I wrestle with this because I see the benefit of some of the training, but I'm cautious around if it goes too much into we're actually setting policies and direction around what that is yet, because I just don't think we have clear understanding of any of that yet. And so we might be putting our own framework around that might change in 6 months from now. And I just want to be cautious that we're not doing that. So just my own thoughts. I don't really know where it lands on this, to be honest, on this motion. I'm still wrestling with that and look forward to if anyone else has any other perspective to add to the conversation. But it is a very struggling thing. I ran into it in the city of Casper, so I agree with you on a fundamental level, but we're being set up to fail, I think.
Stuart, you want to comment?
Through the chair, just to Director Jackman's comment about maybe a workshop on how the board wants staff to engage and the board to engage with First Nations. It might be helpful to have the workshop and then speak a little bit to the work that's going on, because to Director Vandenberg's point, when I believe he said something along the lines of he doesn't know how the work is being directed. I don't think a lot of the board knows how the work is being directed. And at the Crescent Valley Services Committee, there is a lot going on that doesn't get to this table. And I think it would benefit the board to understand all the work that's being done that doesn't get here until there's an approval required. And it might help the board to understand that before getting into some different types of training. So that a workshop to that end could be helpful to get resource recovery, to get parks, to get community services, to get planning in the room, get emergency management, talk about all the different lines we've got in the water, and particularly highlighting the sub-region that a lot of this work is happening in, where the rest of the board doesn't always get that information filtered to them at this table.
Okay, we still have several speakers, and I think that that's kind of what we're hearing. So thank you for capturing that.
Wonderful. Process?
We're just in discussion. What's your process?
Seems to me that this is two separate motions, and we're debating both of them.
We have no motions on the floor. So I'm gonna keep going through the speakers list.
Oh, okay.
When we get to you, if you want to move a motion, create, or ask for division, you can do what you would like. I got Paige, Maine, Newell, and myself. Paige, go ahead.
Well, I'll move first motion divided.
I'll second.
So not the end further,
Yeah, for now.
just that the board approve an annual allocation.
Yeah, 16,000.
And,
Chair, we do have to call for division if we're going to be.
but there's no motion moved, so can he just move?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So no motion has been moved. You can move the first as a standalone motion. That's what you've done.
And I'll second that.
Second, okay, keep going, Paige.
I appreciate everything that's been said, and I would look forward to a deeper conversation and a workshop on both the history of this organization, but also how this work best ties into local government. I think it's important when we speak from the lived experience, when we address the systemic injustices, that it's not always a place where we get to, especially if you're a visible or non-visible minority, step away from the discomfort that exists from the social injustice that's being enacted over a systemic period. And so I think as much as the work is uncomfortable as we transition, these solutions will take generations to land and to reap benefit. And it's going to be uncomfortable for some time as we learn what pieces of policy, what pieces of systemic injustice we need to unwind in the way we approach our work. And so I think we definitely, as an organization, need to allocate the kinds of resources, both in finances and in time and in our own commitment to doing that work at this level, because it impacts everything that all governments do in the littlest things from water systems to the biggest things, racism and how we approach dialogue with each other, who's at the table making decisions when they're making them and impacted by them. So I'm in support of the allocation and having staff create space, and I look forward to discussing the second motion.
Can you put Vandenberg for a second time? So I'm gonna keep going through the speakers list, even though we have a motion on the floor, it's all the same topic, so I'm not gonna divide the speakers list. So Maine, Newell, we're next.
Thank you. Through the chair, we are already engaged in relationships with Indigenous populations in our area. They are already our neighbors. By us pushing the work farther and farther down the road does not benefit our various relationships with them, both individually, institutionally, local government, provincial government, federal government. It's an incredibly complex topic to approach. There is legislation in other orders of government that are being successively applied to us. We never know which one we're going to hand down and say you have to do this now. So the foundational work that we need to do in order to understand who our neighbors are, what our relationships with those neighbors are, it's important work. And we have been doing some of it, but some of it we've taken steps and then not followed through those steps. We created an MOU with Tinaha that was specifically stated at that time that this could serve as a template for our relationships with other nations, Métis, Inuit, whoever is here that we need to engage with. And that piece seems to have been lost, but there was a lot of discussion around that. It is important for us to maintain and not just an open mind and an open heart, but a willingness to engage regarding the diversity, equity, and inclusion of First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and other indigenous populations that who are our neighbors. I absolutely support the concept that we undertake an initial workshop that not that it codifies this, but that it explains how we got to where we are now and recapitulates some of the work that we've already done, because some of it goes back before this particular term. And so not everyone at this table has the same depth of history with it. I support the motion that was moved, and Yeah, I'll leave it at that. I think it's pretty obvious where I stand on it.
We'll get to you, Director Deckman, if I can keep going. And thank you, Director Graham, for helping people coming in to know where they go. Thank you very much. Okay, Newell?
That's what I wanted to do.
Okay, done. So before I go to the second round of speakers, and that's Vandenberg and Jackman, I do want to speak as well, so I'm going to do that for the first time. So just as an FYI to my rural directors, we have a rural allowance, and I have used that to take 2 different Indigenous courses just for my own information. So just a friendly reminder, if you'd like to use the rural allowance, the outdoor learning program is amazing. University of Alberta has an amazing program, and they're self-paced, and they're really good just to history, understanding from doctrine and discovery all the way up to the Indian Act to all of it. So it's a good backgrounder, and you are welcome to sign up for those. I do want to highlight the Indigenous Engagement Regulation, I believe is the R in that acronym, is what we have moved forward with working on a regional basis. I do feel like from a substantive piece of work that is regional based that is going to get very constructive, that is it in this current setting. And I'm all for working with that and seeing where that goes without creating a whole other aspect at this time. In terms of bigger projects we might take on, I think that's where DRIP is hitting the ground and where we're really going to understand it. So I just want to highlight that we are moving forward on that. I do want to recognize that one of the experiences I've had as an elected official over the decade and whatnot, where Indigenous relations have become a part of what we have to consider, and gratefully so. I'm of course happy to learn and want to see how we can do things very differently. But with that, the Kootenay Lake Partnership is one where I've learned how difficult it is as such a diverse organization to have one say one thing and assume it's the whole organization saying that. And this is where I feel internally we have to really get clear with when staff says something, that's not the same as the board giving direction to do something. The Kootenay Lake Partnership needs serious work to amend what has been a divisive relationship. And I'm just going to state that's where we need to do some work. Where there are issues. And so that's been on the table for some time in terms of the Kootenay Lake Partnership, and we need to get that addressed again before we go out and start doing bigger ones. In terms of the Tanaka MOU, we've had no update on that. I would like to raise that we do need to know where that's at. We asked when we moved that the board would be kept appraised of it. I think part of the KLP work is why we may not have seen a lot on that so far, but we do need to know what happened with that MOU, because that is where we were expecting some tangible. How does this look? Number 5, I think, let's me keeping track of my notes. I think what we've heard is a workshop that is more internally based. What's happening? Who's doing what? What are those relationships? What has been committed to would be a really good starter from knowing where do we go from there. So I don't have a problem with this motion other than I don't think it should be for 5 years consecutive. I think it should be for 1 year and we review where we're at and then reassess. But when we get to the motion discussion, I'll wait to see that. Definitely, it's not a simple process. And I think in our relationship building, we know that we have a lot of one-off conversations, which are critical. We change, staff change. That's the difficulty is we're an entity of an organization, but the people can change and we can all approach things differently. We're never going to all be aligned. But having a workshop that enables us to understand what are we already doing, what has already been committed to, what are the barriers, how can we build on what's already there is what we need to focus on. So that's what I've heard. And I think that if this motion moves forward, that's what we would expect to have staff coordinate. So then going to, there is a motion on the floor. It was Jackman or Vandenberg? You want to move an amendment? Go ahead.
It's in chat so that Angie can see it. The proposed amendment to revise the wording. That the board approve a 2025 allocation of $15,000 in the 2025 to 2029 financial plan for general event services 100 budget to support Indigenous relation workshops and or training for staff and elected officials and direct staff to recommend workshop and training opportunities. The second amendment.
So we already have a motion on the floor. Is this?
This is an amendment to the motion. I hope the parliamentarian would say it falls within the trying to broaden. I can't speak, but would.
And?
Chair, I think because of the allocation paying just for the year, that changes the motion, and it would have to be an amendment, not an amendment.
Or is it?
Yeah, he is
Through the
moving
chair,
it
it's a-
out.
It's an,
No, Frank.
it's a, yeah, it's
Yeah.
not,
I'll second.
it changes the intent.
Okay, so the amendment is removing the annual, or sorry, removing the 5-year consecutive allocation. And then the second component,
Workshop.
workshop. Okay,
Let's speak a little further.
you can speak a little further, then I have Vandenberg and then Lockwood.
Yeah, so
I was just thinking.
there's,
Okay, amendments on the floor. Go ahead, Jackman.
there's really three components. Little bit of baby steps. Let's do this for 1 year, not presume it's gonna happen in 5 years. We may decide next year we want $50,000.
Yeah.
Entirely different, you know. Workshops and or training, because I think that's what I've heard here. Workshop is part of the process, not just being told, but being part of the conversation. And being a two-way street conversation, I've changed the word to recommend, the staff recommend opportunities, because I don't want to just see the program laid out for me. Here's what you're gonna do in April, July, and October. That I'm fully open to the people who are plugged in and in good conversations to make a recommendation, but then by consensus, we'll decide what we do and when we do it. Workshop first, training first. So I tried to touch on 3 elements here.
Okay, thank you. So there's an amendment on the floor. Vandenberg, I had you for a second time. You can speak to any component.
Thank you. I'll speak to the amendment, and I
Okay.
appreciate the amendment because what the amendment is now doing is being very specific as to what we're going to work on. And it expresses the need for us to work in that capacity. Before it was quite open. I was uncomfortable with it. Didn't agree with spending $75,000 over 5 years. This brings it back to where it needs to be, so that we can work together and understand what direction we need to go based on what we're responsible to do. So I'm in support of the amendment.
Thank you. Hannah Graff.
Yeah, hi, sorry, for some reason it was just going to Gary, which wasn't I think this is just a friendly on my part. Shouldn't it be up to 15,000?
The chair,
Yeah,
I deliberately just made it 15 because general admin is a huge budget. And we have enough uncertainty. I just thought, let's reserve that one. So open to a friendly suggestion if that's what the committee wants, but I thought, let's just make it 300.
Stuart,
So through the chair, it would be a friendly amendment, but the mover would have to accept it as that.
you accepted as that?
Sure, up to again.
Up
If
to.
we don't spend it, it goes to next year.
That it was friendly, very friendly. Okay. I don't have any other speakers on the amendment. I'm gonna take the vote on the amendment. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Carried. The motion as amended, which is essentially the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'm gonna recommend that we take our morning break and then come back for the second component. Okay, 10 minutes.
The chair looks.
I know, I just didn't want to get into this discussion.
Staff goes away and says this is the schedule. Maybe there isn't.
Yeah, so saying. So the recommendation is.
They're talking about they don't provide information to refer that. I guess
Regional
it
members.
doesn't
Hi, thanks to everybody who's present. If you could please cease your talking at this time, it does make it difficult for those online. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm just gonna check. We got David off, Bike. Pop off. I had to think for a minute. I'm like, I thought I saw you here. Here you are on the screen too. All right. So, Stuart, can you just speak to, I believe the second motion is not necessary, but go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, I think with the direction we received in the first motion with regards to coming back and recommending a schedule of workshop, if staff felt that down the road, an education session around UNDRIP was necessary, we could propose that in the schedule and you could determine whether or not you want to proceed with it. So I think it's redundant on the second part.
I will open up to the floor, but that was kind of what we determined. Jackman, go ahead.
Yeah, my thoughts, if we were gonna be that specific, we would refer it 6 months or a year to see how we're doing, once we understand what we are doing. But maybe it's more appropriate based on what CEO said, and just say no further action on that portion. I would move no further action on that portion. We have to do something with it.
No, we don't.
Okay.
We can just move along. Okay. So we're moving along. We are on to 5.2.4. This is the building code update. Do we have questions? I think it would be good to remind us we don't get to set the building code, nor do we have input on it, nor do we get to alter it. So this is an FYI. This is what you're administering now. Any questions? Lockwood and then Jackman.
Thank you through the chair too. I don't know who's answering this as staff because Amanda's not with us anymore.
Sangeeta's here, Stuart's here.
Okay. I was asked this by a business person that has been working, trying to get a place open, and the changes to a bathroom to be able to add an adult change table. If they're not open before March, whatever this takes place, I forget if it's the 31st or the 1st. Oh no, March 10th. Do they have to redo their bathroom if it's not open before March 10th?
No, through the chair, if they have an active permit, they're under the old code.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Okay. Vandenberg?
Thank you.
Oh,
it's
sorry.
hard for us to,
Sorry, Jackman, I forgot. Go ahead.
it's hard for us to, some of us are more hands-on when it comes to the building code, and that's kind of my background on this. But I do know that our staff does have some direct input into these type of modifications and changes in the building code. And it's all about safety. It's all about public safety. My caution is that maybe it'd be appropriate to communicate through the staff to the authors of the new code and the province that it'd be nice just to take a little break here, like just relax this a little bit. These codes are changing way too fast, and if you want people to understand and comply and make it easier for everybody to get along and work together, you need to give it a rest a little bit. The codes, in my experience, just lately have changed, well, twice. And I'm wondering why. And as I go through them, they're pretty well written. And there's a lot of stuff I don't understand, but just this whole idea of just keep adding in and adding in and amending is very disruptive to people who just want to understand what it is that they need to do and to comply. So I just would like to share that. And I think it's worthwhile that whatever opportunity that our staff gets to input there, it'd be good to reflect that concern.
I'd like to suggest, and it's something that we did with this board, I think 2 terms ago, was Director Foss and I, we requested a meeting at UBCM to specifically discuss at the time the new code updates, which was, I believe, when Foss was here, it was in my second term, I believe. 2018. Regardless, at the time, they essentially said, you know, safety, and we'll keep doing what we're doing. But I do think it warrants that we could request another meeting at UBCM to raise these issues. And if we do that, we could work on a briefing note with the board to do that. Because I think it's great for staff to provide that input. And of course, we'll get the engagement pieces. But those meetings are where we can really try and be clear about what we're advocating for. So I'd suggest we do that. And it would be in June, we'll make that note.
I would welcome that, if I may.
Yeah.
I would welcome that suggestion because I think it's worthwhile having a good conversation around.
Okay, executives noted it. So Jackman, I'm sorry, I had you on the list. I went straight to Vandenberg. Nothing personal.
Nope, so good. There's been lots of really good workshops in the past I've been able to attend where contractors and or involved in any way practitioners in building. And I expect we're gonna see Suffolk College or College of the Arts come up with the same thing. These aren't as bad a time. This isn't a seismic change, seismic dimension. As the heat loss and heat gain issues were a few years ago, that was big because that affected digging in the dirt when we got started. A lot of builders are already looking at this. Most of my design clients, they're looking at future access, wheelchair access, elevator shafts, putting in elevators, residential, not such a big deal. Access, wider turning areas, that's not new, it's pretty common. Seismic and braced walls, braced band walls, vertical, horizontal. Already pretty well every builder knows that we have issues here with snow load, tall wall, wind load, all these big window systems and stuff we have with very little vertical support. I don't see any of this being a big challenge because every builder who's done a few good sized houses already is pretty aware of what it needs. It's not a big deal. I think what would be good to know is what our colleges hopefully going to be offering, like they did with the environmental stuff, doors, windows, and walls, the old kind of courses. And are our inspectors all going to be able to sit in on those? Because that's a great opportunity, not just to sit as peers. We're a bunch of building inspectors. We're going to go to Vancouver or Richmond, sit with only building inspectors and learn about the impact, but to sit with the builders, the owner builders, the professional builders, right here, maybe in Castlegar, because they'll build a relationship and better understanding. So my only outcome of this is I hope our building inspectors are going to make sure they go to local workshops, with local builders, as and when those opportunities arise.
Is that a question through to staff in terms of what we might be doing? I know the REAP program funded a lot of that for that. Can you please explain, Sangeeta, we have hosted education and workshops, but I always thought that was under REAP.
So through the chair, there's been several workshops with builders and building officials have attended. And the benefit of, Amanda moved on to a provincial position and she'll be code writer. So what Director Vandenberg suggested is something you can communicate right away. As well, our Scout, our other building official in Crescent, is very much connected on the code.
Okay. Lockwood.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I just would like to add that when the building code was wrote, it was wrote for safety, and we're getting so far away from safety in the building code that maybe there's a conversation of that we need to separate it, because that's why it does change so dramatically. That is it a part of a conversation that we start having, is that if we're really truly looking at affordable housing for people to get into housing, is how do we slow this down?
I think that's part of what we can include in what we would speak to the ministry about. Pop.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Not being an expert in the building code or whatever, but I was listening to Director Vandenberg, what he suggested here. They're moving too fast. So I was wondering whether a resolution to UBCM would be in order. I wonder also, are other regional districts and municipalities having the same issue with the province moving too fast on the building code? So I realize there's a deadline for AKBLG, and any resolution that comes from the board is basically gets second. Association resolutions just generally get further up the ladder with the resolutions process. So the deadline is February 28th. So the resolution, if the intent is to go to EBCM with a resolution on the building code process being moved too fast for builders to respond to and adapt to, and plus residents. So I would possibly suggest that maybe Director Vandenberg, who indicated that he was really involved with this, craft a resolution that we can pass at this board table today to go to AKBLG. That's just a suggestion.
That is a possibility, but I do want to note, I mean, if Annenberg, if anybody wants to do that, we have AKBLG resolutions on the agenda. That being said, we generally do request those in advance so we can make sure the wording's correct. If someone wants to work on that over lunch and then make sure they circulate it and work it through CAO and Angela, you can do that. Not best practice. It's generally what we try to avoid. We can, personally, the meetings with the ministries is, yes, we could do that.
Yes.
I'll leave it to the table if you want to do that.
Thank you, Chair.
Cunningham.
Thank you, to the chair. I've looked at this and I understand the changes because of possible seismic, for example, the chance of earthquake, and the climate changes and how they affect construction. But if I may, I'd just like to read you one section about bracing walls. Now, this is what you have to do if you're a builder. A brace wall band is an imaginary continuous straight band extending vertically and horizontally through a building or part of a building in which the brace wall panels are constructed. Now, can you tell me how you're going to construct something imaginary?
We're not builders.
I know, and I don't think any normal builder could understand that either. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So we do need some kind of clarification to make it a little bit more normal for people.
Well, I appreciate the building inspectors who help interpret what that all means. Okay, this is just for information. We have a couple action items we'll come back to, either in June or later today if someone crafts the motion. 5.3.1 Erickson Water System. Who would like to move that? Director Tierney.
Yes, that the board directs staff to award the contract for the Erickson Water System, Erickson Road Water Main Upgrades to Right Way Holdings Limited. And the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents to a maximum value of $44,824.91 plus GST, and further that the board directs staff to include in the 2025 financial plan for water utility, Area B, Erickson Service S250, a capital cost of $480,000 for the replacement of the water main line on Erickson Road, with funds for the project to be paid from reserves associated with that service.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And West Robson.
Yep. I move that the board directs staff to award the contract for the West Robson Broadwater Road water main upgrades to Valhalla Hydrovac Limited, and that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents to a maximum value of $152,062.90 plus GST, and further that the funds being drawn from water utility defined J West Robson Service S256.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Lockwood. Discussion. You good, Hannah Graff?
Pardon?
I was just making sure. Did you have any questions? You're good.
I'm good. I just want to see it move forward. It's the asbestos concrete pipe that needs to be replaced.
Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And here we are at AKBLG resolutions. I did not realize how quickly they would come up. I think we'll just go with what's on. Yeah, I got you, David, off. Thank you. We'll go with what's on our agenda for now. What I don't encourage is any crafting of a motion at the table where we start wordsmithing stuff. So if you're going to put a motion in place, please work on it at this time. So with that, we'll start with the first motion in our agenda. Director Davidoff, I believe is this your motion or was this Director Graham's motion? It was yours. Director Graham, you go ahead and then we'll have Davidoff who's second on that one. Go ahead.
Thank you. Whereas under section 25 of the Coastal Ferry Act.
You can, if you want to just do the therefore be it resolved.
Therefore be it resolved that the province of BC recognize that all ferry services within the province of BC are necessary to the health, safety, and welfare of all the residents and should be deemed as an essential service, and that the UBCM
work with the affected areas in the province of provincial government to find a solution to ensure that the rates of all British Columbia and the residents of equally on the coast and the interior of BC.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, so our speakers list right now is Davidoff and Hanegraaff. Davidoff, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the motion is clear. We discussed this at our last meeting. We do have an anomaly in British Columbia where under Section 25 of the Coastal Ferry Act, the ferry services are deemed essential, and there is a provision in Section 25 that says should there be a conflict between the Labor Relations Code and the Coastal Ferry Act, the Coastal Ferry Act shall prevail. We don't have that protection for our inland ferries. And so this motion, I believe, requests that. And there was an interesting article in the Castlegar News that was written. Would anyone ever dream of not having a roadway blocked that led them to essential services? So bottom line is that we need to address the anomaly. This is one way of addressing it, and I urge the board to support this motion. The anxiety and the tension and the cost that's being spent right now on this in our communities has got to end, and it can only end with legislation because the current labor relations code does not allows this to happen. So this needs to stop. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Hanegraaff, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I feel a bit of deja vu after last month. So I think there's some confusion around what essential services means. Essential services does not, an essential service designation does not mean business as usual or full service. And that's why essential service levels have to be determined before a strike or lockout action can happen in the event of a labor dispute. So I completely understand what this resolution is trying to do. I just don't think that this does what you want it to do. And if you really extrapolate and say that the Coastal Ferries Act says that service will be provided, what you're also saying then is that anyone covered by that act would not have the right to strike, the legal right to strike. And that's not the case either. There was the last strike with BC Ferries was in 2003 and it only lasted 5 days. As opposed to what's going on here, which has been, I think, long and painful for everyone involved. And so I'm going to say that there are essential services in place. And as I said last month, I think the problem really is that the essential service levels are not adequate to meet the needs of the affected communities. And that's different than saying we need essential services. We have essential services. The problem is with the level that has been determined by the Labor Relations Board. And just in closing, I also think we're kind of out of our lane on this. This is a labor relations issue and should be dealt with as such. That's why we have a labor board in BC.
Thank you, Dr. Hanegraaff. Was that it? Was there just, okay. Paige, go ahead.
I don't know if it works, but I have the same thoughts as Dr. Hanegraaff. And when we look at the therefore, I know you didn't want to word stuff,
Well, we can do amendments on motions.
So what I would
yeah.
propose would be the amendment is that the province of British Columbia increase essential service levels for all ferry services within the province of BC that are necessary for the health, safety, and welfare of all residents. Period. And the UBCM work with the affected areas as already written. Because I
So
think
it's really helpful if you put that in writing and at least in chat or email, so we know what you're suggesting.
Sure, drop it in chat.
Through the chair, if I could get an email, that's appreciated, just because I can't copy and paste from the chat, because it's on a different computer.
Okay, thank you.
Throw it in chat for me.
Okay, so that's helpful for the wording to understand. I think you're moving an amendment, so I just want to first see if there's a second to that amendment, or do we need to have it read again before we get a second? Can you read the whole, therefore be it resolved in terms of what you would be suggesting?
Keeping all the rest, therefore be it resolved that the province of British Columbia increase essential service levels for all ferry services within the province of BC as necessary for the health, safety, and welfare of all residents, period. And that the UBCM work with the affected areas and the province of British Columbia to find a solution to ensure that the rights of all British Columbian residents are protected equally on the coast and in the interior of British Columbia.
Is there a second to that amendment? Newell seconded, okay. So on the amendment, it doesn't change it too much, but I had Weatherhead and then Jackman. And you're still typing it out, Branch?
Yeah.
Okay, Weatherhead, go ahead.
I'm not sure where I sit on the amendment exactly, but the coastal ferries were also privatized as same as inland ferries. And yet, I think the essential word is that because it's built into the Coastal Ferries Act as an essential service, meaning it's just essential to keep those ferries running all the time. And maybe it's in how we view this word essential, are we perhaps, because of what we're trying to do, and I think I could be wrong if what Director Graham is going for is work with us to deem, how is this deemed essential as an ongoing thing without interrupt all these, interruptions. So if the BC Ferries has that built into the BC Ferries Act and it's not affecting their as Director Hanegraaff is stating, they can, I guess they can still strike too. I don't really know what that means. So I think what Graham was aiming for was working with the inland to deem what we need. Is that correct? What we were trying to go for?
Through the chair.
Through the chair,
Through the
please.
chair. So sorry.
Yeah, and I think that's what the amendment is trying to clarify.
Okay.
But Director Graham, if you want to respond, you're welcome to.
Thank you, through the chair. We're trying to get equality here.
Yeah, okay. So Jackman?
Yeah, so listening to Director Hanegraaff and respecting her deep understanding of labor issues and rights to strike, my thoughts were more around what we were trying to emphasize in her previous letters. I'm thinking we need to not use the term essential services. Because what I thought, and so I have something else to Ange and to the CEO and board chair, and I'm up right now, just throwing an idea. Take out the essential services word, that is
service levels.
Health,
Can we
safety,
not
welfare.
have back and forth? Thank you.
Health, safety, welfare of all residents. Sorry, there's an and, but should be considered when determining minimum inland ferry service levels on a site-by-site basis and the UBCM workload. Because we're not all the same. And the work, in my mind, that the chair of the LRB stated it needs to be done, and with no timeline saying there's a stay on that one Christmas holiday order. The January 5th statements from LRB chair suggest to me there's a lot of work to be done site by site to determine minimum service levels. They talk about precedents, they talk about Adams Lake. Just take out the word essential services and think along the terms of minimum service levels site by site, because I will see it very different and support set of recommendations, either for Harrop or Glade, then I would see supporting for the Kootenay main crossing. So let's get the word essential services out. I don't know where the director's motion is gonna go, but I think that's what Director Hanegraaff might be telling us is the problem.
Thank you. On process, did you email that to Ange? Because we can't cut and copy out of chat. Okay, thanks. Just making sure she had it. Thank you.
And my email has a typo in it, but I need, so you know that.
Okay, so we're gonna stick to the one amendment for now. Back to Hanegraaff was next on the list. Go ahead, Hanegraaff.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding my words here. There is equality. There is a set, the problem as I see it is not with the legislation. I think there's disagreement around the decision made on essential service levels by the Labor Relations Board. If BC Ferries were to go out on strike, which I think their collective agreement carries them forward for a few more years anyway. But if they were to go on strike prior to taking strike action or prior to being locked out by the corporation, essential service levels would have to be determined. So the problem, I don't know where this Coastal Ferry Act has come in as being the thing we hang our hat on to ensure that we have adequate ferry service. It's no different. It doesn't guarantee business as usual any more than the Essential Services Act under the Labor Relations Board. So I think that we're trying to solve a problem, and I do recognize that it is a problem. But we're not doing it in a way that is going to achieve the result you want. The Coastal Ferry Act does not guarantee business as usual in the event of a labor dispute. And we need to recognize that.
Thank you, Director Hanegraaff. Just on process, I want to remind Director Davidoff, we need amendments and specific to the motions in the chat, but when we start posting long things like that, not only do I lose the amendment, but I lose the speakers list. So please don't use chat for that kind of information. On the amendment, Davidoff was next.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think what's being proposed in the amendment is, I just want to clear up some confusion. I posted the Coastal Ferry Act for everyone to see, to understand that we don't have this language protecting inland ferries. And what it says there is very clear. This is copied right out of the legislation. It says essential service designation, other labor relations code matters. 25(1), in the event of a conflict between this act and the labor relation code, this act prevails. This act, the Coastal Ferry Act, trumps the labor relations code. That's legislated. And again, there's language that goes on to talk about deeming of the delivery of ferry services as necessary for the protection, etc. The motion that was created, that Director Graham has presented, was well thought out, was discussed, and what we have done is we're asking for the same protections and the same language that exists to protect Coastal Ferry Act users. And the conflict language saying that the Coastal Ferry Act trumps the Labor Relations Code is clear for everyone to see. That's why the Coastal Ferry Act has been raised in this motion, and inland ferry users should have the same language and the same protection through legislation. And that's what this motion is about. It's not about someone's right to strike or not to strike. This is about equity. Thank you.
Thank you. And friendly reminder, this goes to AKBLG where we get to repeat all of this. And so just let's be mindful of the fact that this is a motion that goes to a big body that will debate it there as well. So our effort should equate getting as clear as possible, noting we're still going to have a lot of debate at AKBLG on this. And the emails keep coming. Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor. I see Jackman just sent something else in as an amendment. We're going to stick to this amendment. One more speaker, and then we're going to take the vote on it. Hannah Graff.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing, and that's ironically, the Coastal Ferry Act was brought in 2003 as a first step towards privatizing the BC Coastal Ferry Service. Ironically, that didn't happen, but what did happen was the inland ferries, which were part of the highway service, were privatized. I think, if I'm not mistaken, around 2004. They broke into 3 different contract areas around the province. So I just find it interesting that we're viewing the Coastal Ferry Act as something that provides additional protection when really it was designed to privatize what we now call, BC Ferry Corporation runs. Just FYI.
Thank you. Director Davidoff, we have more amendments coming. We have the rest of the motions to go through, or if we're going to debate whose act applies, I don't want to keep doing that. Go ahead.
So Chair, if the Coastal Ferry Act legislation is not necessary, which seems to be the intimation, then this is on the books since that whole time, and that's what we're asking for inland ferries. That's it. Thank you.
So on the amendment, Vanberg.
Sorry, but you're saying not all of us are on chat. We're not seeing what's
Yes.
coming. And
That's why I indicated, please don't put stuff in chat. That's not the amendment.
So, but I am interested in getting to a favorable resolution to offer to BLG, and I feel at a disadvantage when I don't know what else is kind of going on. So I just wanted to point that out. It's awkward.
It is very awkward. This is the kind of stuff we would generally do well in advance of today to make sure we got the wording, we know what we're doing, share your thoughts, work it out with each other. So I don't know that we're going to solve all of this today, but we have a motion on the floor with an amendment. Sorry, we have an amendment on the floor that's trying to get to the point. I think the point is equity. That's what I've heard that is consensus based. So that's where we're trying to get with this. Sorting out which act applies is really not our role, but it is the role of the province. So on the amendment, all those in favor? Either nobody or just 2? Who's opposed to the amendment? So I've got, you're gonna have to throw those hands up, folks.
Point of order, I don't know what the amendment is.
Okay.
I tried to log on to the chat. I don't.
It was over email as well. So the amendment is, therefore be it resolved that the province of British Columbia increase essential service levels on all ferry services within the province of BC as is necessary to the health, safety, and welfare of the residents, and that UBCM work with the affected areas and the province to find a solution to ensure that rights of all British Columbia residents are protected equally on the coast and the interior. That is the amendment. All those in favor? Hands up.
In favor.
In favor.
Redoing that.
Please just hands up. This is really difficult for me to track. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Online 7. Those opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The amendment fails. So we're back to the original motion. Director Jackman, go ahead.
A slightly different amendment, which I thought was sent to Ange, my email cut out, which is weird, but it's.
No, it didn't.
If I could read it.
It didn't go to Ange. It was, your email cut out as you were typing your name in, Director Jackman, so it just says Ange.
You can read it.
And point of order,
Hey.
the email didn't have to.
I will immediately forward it to Ange. I don't know who else it really didn't go to.
If you can include the group director email on that.
I can send it.
I wasn't going to.
Stuart's doing it, just read it.
CEO.
Yeah.
So, therefore be resolved that the province of British Columbia recognize that all ferry services within the province of BC are necessary to health, safety, and welfare of all the residents. That should be considered when predetermining minimum inland ferry service levels on a site-by-site basis, and that UBCM work with the affected areas and the provincial government, etc.
Seconded, okay, so that amendment, sorry, yes, go ahead.
It is not using the word essential services, because I think what we've seen out of the LRB so far makes no sense to me. It has 5 bullets of essential and everybody else. Get away from essential. Predetermined minimum levels. I think we will see that's better language. I hope the LRB can work with. Predetermining in conjunction with the province and the ministry what makes sense to protect each community's welfare.
Okay, so that is now the amendment on the floor. Speakers to the amendment, Cunningham.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to support the amendment because I don't think it doesn't give us specific change the act here and change this there. It tells the province what we want, what needs to be done in reasonably simple language and leaves it up to them to make sure they do it. And I think that's, whether it be this act or the next act, it's not really our problem, it's theirs.
Other speakers on the amendment?
And there's still a typo in there, bad grammar.
Okay, sorry, are you raising your hand, Hannah Graft? Oh, thank you, go ahead.
I need a shorter last name.
Yeah, you can just say me and it'll tell me it's you.
Okay, I think this, the proposed amendment, I should say, is, gets us closer to what is trying to be achieved here. I'm still not clear on whether we're actually in our lane or not. I think that's, someone else will tell us that, but I think that, this is, this gets us closer to achieving what we're trying to achieve than what was previously stated. So I support this.
Thank you. David Off, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we are moving closer. This is a complex issue and we can't do it justice here. We've spent hundreds of hours on this. This is, the board's seeing like minutes of this. We're spent hundreds of hours on this issue. And the key thing is that the legislation change is what is being requested in the motion. However, if it takes this amendment to move this forward, this can then be debated again at AKBLG. So even though it changes the intent of the motion is to change the legislation, not just move forward towards that. But the amendment does move us forward. And again, there'll be an opportunity to debate it at AKBLG. So I will support the amendment, knowing that there'll be more time to address this. And I'm sure it'll go through other iterations at AKBLG. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. No one else on the speakers list? All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Good work. The motion as amended, all those to further discussion? So therefore be it resolved has been amended. And you've got it?
Yes, I just didn't see the spelling error.
It's bad grammar through the chair.
We're not gonna talk about it right now.
I think the first 10 words you could.
Aiden will find it in the minutes if we get that far.
It speaks like I speak, which is not always so goodly.
So goodly, okay. Well, in goodly nature, all those in favor of the amended motion? Thank you. Anybody opposed? Okay, good work. Yes.
Through the chair, like, I'm not gonna be going to AKBLG, I'm gonna be out of town at that time. So do you present this or does somebody else?
We work it out.
Okay.
Same with UBCM.
Okay.
It goes through, it goes to UBCM, then we kind of allocate who's speaking to what, making sure someone's in the room. Okay. Just remind us as we're leading up to it. And any supporting words you want to include in it at that time, then we'll work that out. Okay, 5.4.1.2, Director Page submitted this yesterday. And so if you want to assume, move the motion.
Yeah, so this came off of city council on Tuesday, and it comes from, staff that administered a REAP program, both for the city and for the regional district. And therefore, that be it resolved is, therefore be it resolved, the UDCM work with the province of British Columbia, local governments and industry stakeholders to improve support for rural contractors in the ESP program by providing advanced payments to contractors to ease financial strain, offering incentives for contractors working in rural areas, expanding rebate coverage to increase homeowner participation, promoting the health and climate-related benefits of retrofits to increase homeowner participation, partnering with post-secondary institutions to train contractors in high-performance building and business administration.
And can we just have ESP spelled out?
Energy savings program. The energy savings program.
Okay, great, thank you.
Income qualified, the whereas is about income qualified.
Okay, great. Is there a second? Thank you. Again, this is a motion to go forward to AKVLG where we will debate it again. Vandenberg, go ahead.
Just for clarity on number one, what does that mean when you're saying provide advanced payments to contractors to ease financial strain? What does that look like?
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
So staff administering this program have identified, and it's in the whereas, specifically when this is being accessed by low and medium income qualified households, that there is a difficulty there in contractors working with that group because there's a lot of quote shopping that goes on, and there's a lack of ability for those homeowners to commit to the process. And so what this is asking to do is to de-risk portions of that so that if they do qualify, that some of those funds are provided upfront to the contractor to do the purchasing and taking the weight of the depositing part off of the low and medium income households when they're trying to get the special work retrofit work done.
Private or supplemental?
Supplemental, and I'll kick it off. I understand what this is trying to do, but what you're doing is you're layering on more taxes to help people or incentivize people. A lot of the stuff I've gone through, and so in my mind, the preparation, that sort of thing, I was able to deal with, and regardless of where I was, in terms of qualifying income households. But I'm afraid that we're layering on more costs to taxpayers, when really all we should be doing is the province should be reducing the taxes to help these people to get where they're going. So I'm not in favor of this because it's an added complexity that I don't think is necessary.
Can I put you on towards the end and take notes on all the things you want to respond to?
Sure.
Thank you. Maine, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. There are in most programs that other orders of government offer. They basically develop these programs, policies through an urban lens, and they're dealing with ease of access in an urban setting, not in a rural setting. They are accommodating distribution of income in an urban setting, not in a rural setting. And I see this resolution as addressing some of that urban bias, dialing that back, creating an opportunity for there to be appropriate supports for rural situations, and for it to ease a bit the burden of the complexity of the process being undertaken by a lot of people who just are borderline income in the first place, who want to get out of that situation of being energy poor. It really, to me, these recommendations speak to a lot of pieces of the process and of the living situation of a lot of people that I know in rural settings. One of the major things that when I was looking into getting some of this type of assistance was that the only contractors that the province recognized as being able to determine whether a household qualified for these subsidies was out of Kelowna and would charge time and mileage from the time they left their home, their business in Kelowna to when they arrived on the work site and then started doing the work. And that had to be done before you could even qualify. So I see this as addressing many of the pieces that make it more difficult for rural and for poorer folks in their jurisdictions to apply for and gain these subsidies. Thank you.
Thank you. So no other speakers on the list. Oh, Jackman, I assume so.
Maybe I was hesitant to raise my hand first. Thank you, Chair. It's an interesting approach. I'd like to hear Director Main talk about energy poverty, which is real, especially in our old houses. And I applauded City Nelson's on-bill Nelson Hydro on-bill financing. So I'm wondering if the first item was providing advanced payments of Fortis or BC Hydro energy upgrade incentives to contractors to ease the financial strain. I would see that being a very positive, specific action. The other thing that caught my attention was item 5 relates very much to 2.5 partnering with post-secondary, which I love. It relates to item 5.2.4 we talked earlier about the code amendments. And so that maybe should be reading to train contractors and building inspectors in high performance, et cetera, et cetera. Again, not that our building inspectors aren't trained, but that we need them to sit together and learn together so that they cooperate. So I don't know how to go about that. I would appreciate the sponsoring director's comments if item 1 should be maybe be more specific, because that's our pitfall. That item 1, what exactly are we looking at? Advanced payments of what? And I have that suggestion.
So you're looking at proposing either an amendment or a friendly amendment should the creator of the motion be acceptable to it. I'm gonna go back to you, Paige, because you're on the list anyways, in terms of what Director Jackman is proposing as changes.
I wouldn't, at this stage, I wouldn't want to narrow it to a specific program because the program it's speaking to is the Clean BC Better Home Energy Savings Program. So I don't know, so maybe that's in the whereas. And so these, what I would say.
So let's just focus on what Director Jackman is talking about right now. Either propose it as an amendment or move on and we'll do it at AKBLG.
The be result needs to be standalone, and it is not. Put Clean BC Energy Program in there, or what I said, it's standalone. It is not standalone, it's too vague, I think, so put the word said standalone.
Okay.
However that looks.
Stuart?
Through the chair, maybe this is a question for our AKBLG representatives, but if a motion, did the city of Nelson through the chair already pass this motion?
Yeah.
So this comes to AKBLG in a different form. Is that 2 different sponsored resolutions, or would the nominee or the resolution committee combine them into one?
If I may.
Yes, you may.
So I am the chair of the resolutions committee. It would come because they're largely, let's say this were passed with some slight adjustments, slight amendments. It would come to the committee, and then the committee would go back to the different local governments, say, look, these are largely similar. Can we combine these?
Yeah.
They don't have to agree, but.
So I might just say that we could expand ESP into energy savings program. It's speaking to it, it is there in their form. It just isn't using the same expanded wordage.
I just want to highlight that and I missed that, if the city of Nelson has already submitted this is already going to AKBLG. I'm happy to have the board do this as well, but let's not spend a lot of time wordsmithing because it's gonna occur at AKBLG again. So just in terms of time appropriateness. So back to you, Jackman, just in terms of can we?
I think I'm good. ESP is in there. It's not expanded, but it could be specific enough to address what are these programs. I'll leave it alone.
Okay, and then back to you, Paige, for the, sorry, Vandenberg. Go ahead, Paige, and then I'll go
I'll
Vandenberg.
just say finally to the comment. So as a principal, this is a program that has eligibility and is an entitlement that is available to our residents to improve the energy efficiency and comfort and health and safety of their homes. We can, as a principal, think that we want lower taxation and reduce the taxation burden, and therefore, as a tactic, not help programs run as effectively as possible as they need to run in order to deliver the entitlement people have. That's what this motion is recognizing. It's when boots hit the ground to operationalize this kind of programming, these are the barriers that low and medium income people are facing, and these are the barriers that are preventing contractors in our area from participating to support those people in this work. And so this is about taking those larger principle conversations that have been had about providing this entitlement to these Canadians and supporting them, the program running as best as it can. And we can still, at other spaces as a society, have the debate on whether or not this is a good program or a bad program. But I think when it is, just like any piece of work we do at this table, once we've decided we're doing something, the best thing we can do to support a well-run organization and a well-run society is to run it as well as we can.
So again, this is already going to be at AKBLG. We're a bit redundant in repeating it here. It just shows extra support. So Vandenberg, do you have anything further to add?
Yeah, I like that. Additionally, excuse me, again, I think we don't need to do this. The contractors that I know and work with, they're on their game. They're in this and understanding what's necessary. As an owner builder and applying for a rebate, for example, with Fortis, which I have that opportunity, I had to have the knowledge necessary to complete those documents, that application. And it was no easy task. I need to know my stuff. And so anybody stepping into this, the information is there. This is just adding more layers and costing more money unnecessarily. And yes, I get to talk about this at the AKBLG again. But I'm saying that to Director Jackman's point of training, great idea. But I had all sorts of resources open to me when I was learning to be competent as an owner builder. And I took advantage of them. Nobody had to give me an incentive to do that. I had to do that. I was going to be serious. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Those opposed? Vandenberg, Lockwood, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, folks, we are at 11:34. We will be stopping at 11:45 for public time. So let's go ahead with the ready grant policy. Lockwood, back to you on your previous question.
Thank you. And sorry for jumping the gun.
Yeah, Mike is in the room, so go ahead and.
Thanks. And I'm sure that Mike's not going to be able to answer this, but would it be appropriate for myself and Director Cunningham to reach out to CBT? I know that it has been a lifelong that we're supposed to have a committee. It's not something that's changed. It's just, I think the numbers have changed. And our community just makes that development. Director Cunningham and I, or I will use Salmo and Area G directors in history have never approved or disapproved of any grant application. They come to the community, the RDCK goes through, and because they're the ones that have all the information to make sure that they're allowed to continue on with their application. It goes up on the wall, the entire community gets to decide. And I just want to know if it would be appropriate for us to be able to reach out to CBT to make sure that we can continue, because there's not a CBT person that has come and watched our dot night and said, we don't like this process. They love it, which wish more people would do it. So I'm asking if it would be appropriate.
Go ahead, Mike.
Through the chair, yes, I believe it would be appropriate if that would provide comfort to you that the process that we've always followed, is continuing to be acceptable to them. We did confirm with CBT staff that, through these new requirements that were put into the funding agreement, there was no intention to change any of the existing processes that have been in place for a long time. It's important that the directors view this policy as establishing the minimum requirements for local selection committee processes so that we can stay in line with the funding agreement requirements. So the policy establishes the minimum requirements. They're broadly worded and fairly open-ended. And as long as the processes that you follow in your communities don't conflict with those minimum requirements, it's fine, and CBT's confirmed that as well, but, if you would like to, you know, reach out to them, to their community liaisons to confirm that, that's okay.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Pop off then McFadden, no motion on the floor at this time.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A question to Mike through the chair is eligibility for funding. Now, I've had my selection committee, they look at it and they say, well, this one's not eligible. Why is it here? So who vents or goes through it to determine whether it's eligible before it gets to the director and the selection committee? Is it the grant coordinator?
Through the chair, yes, the grants coordinator and myself. So generally, if there's ones that are, you know, fairly straightforward that, you know, they don't comply with the requirements that are outlined in the program guide, then that's a decision of the grants coordinator. Usually that grants coordinator makes a list of ones that, you know, need some interpretation or some guidance on, and then I would be involved in the eligibility. But there's a pre-stage where as the applications period closes, we look at all the applications and ensure basic eligibility with program requirements.
So just to follow up on that, so thank you for your response. When our selection committee receives those grant applications, there's numerous of them, and my statement to them, they've already been vetted, they are eligible, so we don't question the eligibility of that grant. Thank you.
McFadden. Sorry, I thought Mike was gonna say something else. Sorry for the delay. Go ahead, McFadden.
No problem. Through the chair, probably the staff, 2 questions. Does that include, are you at the RDCK, just so I know what on the city we're responsible for? Are you also vetting that those nonprofits are in good standing? That they are like, because some nonprofits aren't, right? And so, are you doing that process to make sure that they're actually in good standing with their, like we do that for tax exemptions. So they actually have to provide a form that says that they're in good standing in order for us to give tax exemptions to any of those eligibilities. I'm just wondering, are you guys doing that on your end as well?
Through the chair, good question. I'm not certain that we confirm the good standing. We do check if they're identifying that they're a registered society. We do check that, but I'm not sure if there's a step where we also, can I get back?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And
supplemental, go
yeah,
ahead.
just second question would be, so in here, it says that anything over 5,000, 10% is held back. That does pose a concern for me, just because some nonprofits don't even have an extra $1,000. Like the reason that they're asking for this money is to purchase something or to do something. And so I'm not sure what that accountability really does. Like at the end of the day, they either provide the documentation that they've done what they're supposed to do with that money, or they have to give it back. Like, so at the end of the day, what is holding back 10,000 other than an extra layer of work on our staff? And I would see that as being limiting for some nonprofits that run very tight margins, if that's why they're asking for this money. So I do have concern around that. Is there your thought of why it's there, or is it something we can move? Is that from something from CBT?
Through the chair, that is not a CBT requirement. That is an internal requirement, and essentially is in place because that aligns with the policy that we have for our other internal grant programs. Coincidentally, one of the things that I'll be working on with the grants coordinator after the ready period is over this year is to look at all our grant funding agreements. And one of the things that we flagged is that requirement for holdbacks. You know, I think on larger projects that are funded, you know, say on building projects and things like that, it's probably more appropriate. But as a blanket requirement to have that for anything over $5,000, it probably captures a lot of situations where that holdback requirement doesn't add any value and indeed adds extra steps to the process. We haven't had it identified that it's specifically a barrier for some of the smaller nonprofits. You know, generally everyone is happy to receive the funding and they'll work within the program requirements, but whether it's a good rule is something that we'll be looking at and maybe bringing forward some policy recommendations once we move these agreements.
No motion on the floor at this time. Do you want to move the motion and then we'll keep going?
Yes, but I probably would move with the amendment of actually taking that 10% out. So, and I don't know if that's doable. I'm hearing that you want to do more work, and so I'm okay. I'm just worried that we're not going to do more work, and I don't want to limit. That's my concern. So if you're saying that you haven't had this as an issue before and it's always been there, is that what I'm saying? This has always actually been a part of the Ready Grant? Okay, then I'm fine. Yeah, I'll move the motion.
Do we have a second? Thank you. And I think what Mike is indicating, and it will be captured, is that our overall grant policy needs to have the kind of foundational criteria, and then we would amend the other ones depending on where that lands. Okay, and that's correct, Mike? Okay, motions on the floor, Weatherhead, go ahead.
Thank you. I just, I noticed, thank you through the chair to Mike. In the policy, there wasn't any wording. I get asked every year for letters of support, but for obvious reasons, I can't provide a letter of support, but I was just curious as to why that's not in the policy, that a director cannot obviously provide a letter of support. It's a resident directed process, not, it can't be, you know, then individually, you know, supported by a director's letter.
Through the chair, that's in the letters of support policy. It says specifically directors should not be providing letters of support for Ready Grant applications. And essentially the reason for that is, you know, most directors are involved in the Ready Grants selection committees themselves. So
thank you for pointing that out where it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Hewitt?
Just through the chair, if I can just clarify with Mike, that does not preclude village council from providing a letter of support. As in our case, I am the director who administers the program for Castle Area D, but I am the sole elected official, and it would be a council decision whether, if we were asked, it would be a council decision whether to provide a letter of support. So it's not me as a director, it's our council supplying that letter. So I'll get it as an individual director, but because we're municipal directors who have councils behind them.
Go ahead, Mike.
through the chair, the section of the letters of support policy that has that prohibition, as it were, is specific to letters of support provided by individual directors, not through other governments.
Generally speaking, our policies would not direct councils, they would direct the RDCK. Do we need to keep going? We're at public time.
I've got one more question. A quick question is on letters of support that's been brought up.
We're not on letters of support right now, we're on the
For
policy.
Ready Grants.
Okay, go.
So for a letter of support is written for a director for grant applications, and the organization uses that letter in the Ready Grants. What happens there? It's not specifying it's for Ready Grants.
Can you just take that offline? It's not going to change the policy at this time. So essentially, I think if you have a bigger grant that's being applied for, and Ready is one of the foundational, or sorry, the leveraging pieces, it's one of many grants, you would just articulate in your letter of support, I'm supporting this to the granting agency such and such, not Ready. So you could clarify that in your letter of support that this is not to be used in the Ready grant application, it is for your REDIP grant or your ETSI grant. So I think that that's the clarification you would need to make. Mike? Nancy.
Yeah, I have to look at the specifics of the situation.
Okay, thanks.
That's general.
Okay, all those in favor of the policy? Anybody opposed? Thank you. And sorry, folks, we have a lot of people from the public. I did not want to interfere with their allotted time. So those members of the public, just as a quick reminder for anyone who hasn't been here before, you are welcome to come and ask us a question. You have no more than 2 minutes, just based on the amount of people and us sticking to our timeline. And if you can focus on a question, that would be great. Let us know where you're from. Anybody who would like to do that, please come up, and then we'll go online afterwards. State your name and what your question is. Thank you and welcome.
Hello, my name is Karen Raintree. I live just outside Spokane in Area H. My question is about services that the regional district offers, like the Recreation Commission, ski hills, regional parks and campgrounds, recreation areas, those services that the regional district offers. I'm wondering what the board might propose to do about increased costs from increased frequency of blowdowns across trails, erosion, damage to recreational areas by fire and drought. I'm wondering how the board is gonna propose to somehow fund all of this extra work that we're gonna need to be doing in the regional districts in the coming years and decades. And another point on that is economic development. How are we gonna support our local adventure tourism industries that are losing clientele in both the winter and the summer? Is there anything we can do at the regional district level to encourage that economic development and help support our local industries who are suffering very heavily from climate related impacts to our natural resources that we rely on heavily for our economic development here in the Kootenays? That's my question. What are we going to do as a board to support these community members?
Thank you. And that's Theron, right?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Theron. So at a regional district, each service is individual. So in terms of how funding works, it goes through that service. Same with economic development. We don't have wall-to-wall rec or wall-to-wall economic development services. So depending on where it is, I'll reference Glacier Creek. That's a good one. When we go through our service review with my partner in that service, we talk about what are the capital needs, what are the long-term. We currently have wildfire mitigation plans in place for that. So how are we funding those? And that's how it's determined. It's determined by the service at the time and what the proposed budget is. Economic development is also on a sub-regional level. So depending on if you're in Nelson and the ENF partnership, they might choose to do something. Creston has its own partnership model. Caslo and D has its own, which is very minimal at this time. So they all do different things depending on the community needs and the service levels and what budget is available. Stuart, do you add anything to that?
No, to the chair, other than right now, I'd say we take a maintenance first approach when it comes to the recreation trails, danger tree assessments to prevent blowdowns, looking at erosion. You know, we try to do mitigative measures up front. With respect to economic development, that's a new issue you bring up with respect to the tourism side of things. I'd recommend you reach out to your area director. There is an economic development service in the Slocan Valley that we do have support from a contractor. And depending on what they see in the industry, there could be some initiatives we could support there.
So anyone else in the room that would like to ask a question, please come on up. Come on up. Welcome.
My name's David Gregory. I live in Nelson. I happen to be a member of the advisory committee for the Nelson official community plan, which is at the first draft stage at the moment. One of the things that's become very clear to me is that there is Nelson in Nelson's city limits, and then there is what, for the sake of argument, and I hope it's not offensive or anything, I call Greater Nelson, which is Nelson with all the surrounding communities in which there's a large amount of people coming in to work and to use services and so on. It became clear to me on the advisory committee that the OCP was really only dealing with smaller Nelson rather than Greater Nelson. And it did not seem to me that there was any real input, at least to the advisory committee, from the regional district of Central Kootenay. So I'm wondering if there is any formal mechanism whereby it will be possible for RDCK to have input, even at this late stage, into the Nelson OCP.
There's a couple different ways that would work. The first one is Nelson can send it to the regional district on referral, and it would go through our planning department, which would then reference any official community plans in those buffer communities and any associated land use regulations in those communities. From that point, it would then also go to the directors and any associated advisory planning commissions in those communities that might want to review it. So that's kind of the formal process. More informally, wherever those participants, which would be ENF essentially in Nelson, work together on a committee such as recreation, you can have those conversations and Nelson could bring forward the ideas and seek input at those tables as well. I'm gonna check, is there other?
Or through the chair directly contacting the area directors, and I'm not sure if that's already been done. Director Graham Newell can speak to that.
Staff have responded.
Okay. So there has been a
Lori
referral
has done
process.
it and as Director Graham and I. So
Yeah, I just want to add that we, the staff did not send it to the area planning committees, but we as directors, I have one, Director does not, but I sent it directly to some, to get feedback, and we did forward on that to Alex.
Yeah, Alex,
Yes.
So the process was followed. We did do the formal referral. Yeah.
And I'd just like to add that it's still possible to send direct individual responses to the draft plan to.
Oh, it's
the
still
organising-
possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that period is very limited.
Okay.
So it needs to be done immediately, if done at all.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Are there any other, we do have some folks online, so I'm gonna, if there's no one else in the gallery that would like to ask us a question. If not, I'll switch to the people online. Yeah, we've got the ones online. I'm just making sure everybody in the room is good for now. Okay, so Flo online, if you would like to unmute, you're welcome to ask your question. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm Florence Padilla from Area J, and I've come today to ask regarding the Sue Big Oil class action lawsuit, the conversation around that. Has the RDCK considered, as opposed to imposing an increased cost to the RDCK population, some people are for it, some people are against it. I totally understand that. I think that it is an unnecessary increased cost. I think that those who feel differently, I would think should be encouraged to support the motion or support the action at their own will and on their own terms, as opposed to it being imposed on everybody, willing or not. So has the RDCK considered leaving people to make their own decisions on how they want to support it, as opposed to imposing it on citizens of the RDCK?
Thanks, Flo. We have not debated that motion at this time. It will be done today, but we have not done that yet, so it'll be later today. Go ahead, Tamara. I see your hand and your camera on. Good to see you. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I'm just formulating a little bit as I go here. So, following up on Theron's question earlier, I felt like the response she received was essentially about how the existing funding model works. However, it doesn't really address the inevitability of massively increased costs in some areas with climate change. And so, contrary to the previous questioner, I really feel that if we want to see any kind of funding source that can begin to compensate globally for the increased costs we're going to see as a result of both preparation for climate change and climate-related disasters, and also just ongoing changes that will affect waste systems, water systems, and so on, many of which, and parks and trails. If we want to be able to see that go on, we need to, as a representative body, actually take responsibility for the extremely small $1 per resident request that has been put out there. And so I'm wondering if, I'm turning this into a question, I'm wondering if the RDCK is actually considering how those long-term costs globally are going to be accommodated, not just within the existing funding model, which probably will not provide adequate funding to cover this sort of thing.
Thank you, Tamara. So I think one of the things to understand and why I answered that question in terms of the funding model is we are directed to operate in certain ways under the Local Government Act, and in regional districts, we have to separate our services out. And so each service is considered by the service. When it comes to things like water systems, infrastructure, we're required to do asset management planning, which considers the long-term impacts. In the most recent years, we've seen more consideration from the aspects of climate change, such as in our water system. So while I understand your global approach, our ability to take a global approach isn't how our system is designed for us to govern. So we have to go by the service. And many of those services, same with recreation, we've done energy efficiency modeling on most of our major rec facilities. We fund those for independent ones. So that's how the regional district has to operate. And a municipality, you can have a global understanding and work at everything as one level. We are not able to do that. And it does provide the ability to be specific to a system, such as in Creston, we're doing watershed management planning, watershed planning to address multiple aspects of drought. And that applies in Creston, and that's that area. And so we can do that in other areas, but we don't do that as a region as a whole because we're very, very large. So some of that context is just based on what we are under in terms of the Local Government Act and how we have to operate, but we are definitely considering long-term considerations by service. Stuart, I just want to make sure, am I missing anything? Anything you want to add?
No, but through the chair, I think the important thing to look at it is the fiduciary duty the board has with respect to the taxpayers. And when we're talking about asset management, staff can come to the board and say that a chiller will last X number of years and it's going to cost this much to replace it down the road. When you talk about considering the impacts of climate change, it'd be very difficult for staff to come forward and say, this is our estimate as to what the dollar amount is needed in 20 years to be able to deal with the impacts of climate change down the road. We couldn't possibly bring the board something where you feel comfortable saying we're putting money aside for this service in reserves to deal with that dollar down the road. So I think when you ask the question around preparing for the impacts of climate change and what that might look like, I think because we can't estimate it, it's difficult for staff to come to the board and make a reasonable request for any kind of funding related to that. So that's why we focus on mitigation.
This is not a place for directors to respond.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry, that's not how it works. I'm sorry, Keith. We start initiating discussion. When we get to that item, we can talk about it for sure.
That's not fair.
So Greg, I see your hand up and then go ahead.
Okay, thanks for taking my question. I'll try and be brief and respect the board's time here. Not unsurprisingly, my question relates also to Soo Big Oil, item 7.4 to be discussed later in today's meeting. The ask there is roughly $60,000 to support the campaign coming from the RDCK. My question is around funding. There's obviously a lot of concern around taxpayer impact there. By my calculations, I looked at the formula for the local government's climate action program and how much the RDCK looks to be receiving annually. My calculations came up with it's about $69,000 each year that the RDCK receives from the province as a funding pool to deal with climate action. My question is, has the RDCK board considered looking into that as a potential funding source if they choose to support the Soo Big Oil campaign?
Thank you, Greg. Given we haven't actually discussed that item, it has not been considered.
Yes,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, we have consulted with the province as to whether or not it will qualify, and it does not.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I did not realize that. Thank you.
Thanks.
And in terms of, I think going back to Tamara's question as well, when it comes to all of our servicing, when it comes to planning, the supports we've provided for food and ag, we're doing a lot of tangible things, and that's where that funding needs to go to, is the actual, kind of what Tamara highlighted, which is the impacts that we either are or mitigation plans. Just with diking authorities alone, that is one area where it would be significant dollars. So we do have to focus on those, and that is the purpose of the LGCAP funding. Any other members of the public or the media online that would like to ask a question? Greg, if you wouldn't mind taking, thank you. Okay, folks, and Mayor Gordon, I just want to say hello. I see you've been there for the whole meeting. Thank you for being here. Hi from Director Main as well. It's Mayor for Silverton.
Before adjourning?
We don't have directors respond during
No,
public
it's
time.
procedural through the meeting. Has nothing to do with public time. It's
Point of procedure, go ahead. Point of procedure.
Point of procedure, thank you. It's not a privilege.
Okay.
If a director were to want to reconsider a motion, let's say a referral, what do I do?
I'll work with you on that.
Thank you.
I already know you don't need to do that, but we'll talk about it afterward.
Thanks very much.
I really want to thank the members of public who have been here and who participate. Thank you so very much. We will continue at 1 o'clock and our discussions will go until we're done. Thank you. Lunch break. Welcome back. Good afternoon. Director Fike, how's your sound? Good, thumbs up. Director Davidoff?
Yep, can you hear me, Chair?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Hanegraaff, let's look for Director Hanegraaff. I don't see her. Anybody texting Director Hanegraaff right now just to see if she's having technical issues? Can somebody do that?
I can do it.
Okay, we got it. Aiden's gonna do it. Thank you. Okay,
That's all
folks. We are going to start with, not what's next on the agenda. Hold on. Flip your page.
4.4.
So Director Neal would like to make a motion. Go ahead, Director Neal.
What should I say?
I'd like to move reconsideration.
I would like to move reconsideration of item 4.4. That was moved to refer to March. And I would like to move that it, thank you.
Seconded, but I believe you need to include what you're going to be doing. It's like an amendment. So you're including option 2 in the report.
Yes, so I'll pull up the report. And I would like to move, after consideration with staff, during the break, which is why I was late, coming back.
Sorry, which item?
4.4. Rezoning. I would like to recommend option number 2, that the regional district, I'm doing it from the staff report, not from the agenda, because it's not on the agenda, that the RDCK zoning amendment bylaw 2988, 2024 being a bylaw to amend regional district Central Kootenay zoning bylaw 1675, 2004 is hereby given third reading by content, and that consideration of adoption be withheld for this until the final following item has been obtained. Approval from the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure pursuant to section whatever of the Transportation Act control access.
Thank you. So I'm just going to verify the process. And that is what you directed. Yep. Reconsideration with the different motion included. Yeah. And Jackman seconded.
I'll second. Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's been moved and seconded. Discussion, I think you figured out that this was the more appropriate process for what you wanted to do with it.
Yes.
Further you want to add?
I did consult with staff, Sadie, and this pathway ensures that there's still many steps the applicant would need to go through, ensuring septic is appropriate with the secondary field. So all of those boxes would need to be checked off prior to it coming to the board for final approval. So it's just one more step in the process.
Okay, great. I'm just going to interject for 1 second. If we can have, sir, welcome to our table. If you could sit in the public section over here, that would be helpful. Then we can actually see you. So, oh yeah, there's a plug-in over there as well. You can use the media desk as well. My apologies. If we can, as a team, help people sit over there unless they're out of room. Thank you. Okay, then. So the motion's on the floor. Is there discussion? Looking around the room. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Is that it, Ange?
So now we have to have it as a main motion. Yeah, because it was treated similar.
I'd like to move it as a main motion.
Seconded. Okay, further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Hi, Director Hanegraaff. Okay, thank you for coming back. Okay, so that's done. And Stuart, I'm sorry, you needed to make a quick but I think it's important for people to know when it comes to parking, please.
Oh, through the chair, do not park in the driveway here for maybe the Nelson Ready Mix. They are starting to tow cars that are there. I think there's a member of the public who's got their Toyota Highlander at the back there. We'll have to wait till the public committee comes back and make an announcement, but just for directors, you happen to run out of space here, try to find a space along the fence of the water, because they've said we can't park there with the trucks going back and forth.
So that's on the road over here, not in our parking lot. Cunningham?
Thank you. And further to that, if I may, where the handicap parking is, used to be handicap parking when we first bought the building, but we moved handicap parking over to the side there when now there's no parking. And that left 2 more spaces here at the front. Is it possible to consider doing that again?
I'll look into it.
Thank you. Okay, we are on item 5.5, grants, discretionary. Would anyone, Graham?
Sorry, through the chair, I think you missed the quarterly report.
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw Mike come in the room too. Questions on the quarterly report? Go ahead, Graham.
Thank you through the chair. So I analyzed the quarterly report, and if anybody wants a copy of it, I'm happy to share it. So I just thought I'd give a quick summary that there's 137 total actions. 55 are in development and community sustainability, 22 in environmental services, 17 in community services, 11 in fire, and 32 in corporate. And 77 of these are prior to this term. So 56% of these actions were not included for discussions of new directors. And 27% of these, or 37 of them, are over 5 years old. So the reason I'm saying this is because I'm wondering how this aligns with our strategic priority of effective service delivery. And I'm wondering about a possibility, if directors, and this is through the chair tonight, if directors could ask for a review, or a workshop or something to review some of these very old actions to see if they are still relevant, or if we as a team might want to bring some no further actions to some of these plans to make us vote more efficient overall.
Mike, go ahead.
It's through the chair, but probably Stuart's a better choice to answer specifically with those.
Yeah, through
solutions.
Through the chair, I think we definitely, if there's an individual item that's related to one electoral area or municipality on there and you wish to move any further action on, that's definitely within director purview. I think that to the extent that we have items on here that are old and could be directed to subcommittees, North Kootenay Lake, Crescent Valley Services, that's probably a better spot for those. For ones that are more broad that have been sitting for a while, we definitely could do some analysis on that and see where the appropriate spot would be to have those discussions and possibly bring something to the board to work through. Yeah.
Thank you. So supplemental, I'm just wondering how the board feels about that.
So we can entertain a bit of a discussion on it, but if we want more on that, we can flag it for future so we can deep dive into it, but we'll just be cautious on how much time we take given the rest we have to cover today. So with that, we have, can you add McFadden, please? Director Page, Jackman, then McFadden.
Thank you. I feel the same. I would just, and I would, what we had done in Recreation 5, when I take those chairs.
Through the chair, please. They can't hear you.
When we had taken over Recreation 5 a number of years ago, we had similar scenarios are often attached to a committee or a service. What we did as a practice is we started putting them on the end of our agenda as a informational, and we went through them and picked off 2 or 3 every single meeting and just asked the question, what does this look like? Why is it here? And slowly over time, we whittled that list down to, from dozens to 2 or 3 things we were really reading. And it was at every meeting, it was part of the meeting.
Thank you.
Well, yeah.
So we couldn't do that with the board, but appropriately where there's a service that can cover it, we can send those that way. Jackman?
Sure, thanks. I brought this up to CEO a few times. I didn't bring my notes this time. I will do a little chart. What's 0 to 20? What's 20 to 40, et cetera, et cetera. Every time it's a Weibull distribution system, 0 is fairly high. In the middle, we have stuff that's almost halfway, very low completed. Then I've done a cross-tracking of how many years. And the Weibull distribution, as opposed to normal bell curve, is normal. Stuff starts slowly, and then sometimes accelerates and finishes. But we're in a block right now where new stuff comes on, and this block of stuff that's never gotten halfway persists. Now, I've kind of been talking to Stuart about this, waiting for the new format, because the format we have right now fails to identify the actual very first starting date. We'll have an amendment or change or rethinking dog bylaw, which is actually probably 2010 or something, and now we'll say it's new as of 2023 because we had a conversation. And a proper, you have this Gantt chart or any proper tracking, you never change the original date and the original intention. You have a tracking line that doesn't change, and then you can add on that with an update as to what's different, what's not. But you always go back to the original date, because that is the 5-minute or 3-minute manager, I guess, process. You need to understand what you've lost sight of. What you're supposed to do, what are we doing well, what are we not doing. And I don't feel our report allows us to capture where we started, how long it's been, so we make good decisions. Because I don't want to see them struck off the list necessarily. I just want an understanding of where we started, and where we need to reprioritize. So it's odd that I didn't bring those charts with me. I kind of got tired of doing them.
Okay, well, okay. McFadden.
Thank you through the chair, to staff, I guess. How does this not just become another work item that doesn't get done in 6 years? So I say that kind of like jokingly, but what is the process from this table to make sure that we can do this efficiently within the next little bit, so we can maybe release some of that tension on staff's time if there are things here. So what is that process? So I agree with Director Graham, and I'm wondering from this table, what kind of direction do you need in order to make sure that we can move what she's asking to a quick, efficient time frame, and we're not having the same conversation in a year or 2 years from now?
Through the chair, I think that it could start with me doing a run through, then working with the senior management team to see if what I see in the report is actually true with respect to potential stagnant projects. You know, one of the best ways to determine if a project could be taken off there is, has it not moved in quite a long time? And is anybody being vocal about it not moving for quite a long time? Because if everyone's being quiet and it's not moving, then obviously it's fallen off everybody's prioritization list. Usually if something's not moving, we'll hear from directors if they want it to move. So if things are on there from, you know, just quick scan 2017 and it's not moving, there's a reason for that. So that's the starting point. And then we go to the groups, and I think I'd like to clean this up before we start a new template, because I don't want to move items that you're not interested in moving forward into a template that's going to provide better information, and we're just going to populate that with information we could have removed.
Supplemental to the chair. So what do we need to make a decision to take off your plate so you have capacity and time to do that work? Because it seems like as staff, you don't have time to get to this. And so I'm wondering, is there something that is on your work plan that we can clearly say, okay, let's make sure Stuart and his team has capacity to do that? That's my concern, is that it seems like you're overloaded sometimes. And so, and you might not have an answer right now, but maybe that's something you need to be clear with us on. Is there something that you need from us to give you direction so that you have capacity and time? Do you know what I'm asking?
Yeah, through the chair, I think I know what you're asking, and I think I'd have to think about it. And again, go through the things on my plate. At the same time, I think what I'm worried about, and why, you know, I'm talking with Mike about how quickly we can get that new program implemented, is that the decision's been made to move on to something different, and the longer we stay with this one, it just becomes a lame duck, right? It's not something that has the interest of being populated in a meaningful way, because we think, oh, we're going on and bringing something else on. And the longer that goes on, the less valuable this report is. And that's my bigger concern as well, is that we've got to try to find a way. And if we can reduce the projects in there, it's actually more beneficial to staff, because then when we're looking at updating the quarterly report, it's not about 67 projects in development services. Maybe it's half that, or even 2/3 of that. And it's a less of a monster to attack when you've got to do that. But in the end, I want to move away from this process we've got now, which is 2 weeks before the agenda publication, we're sending out emails saying, everybody update your stuff, and everyone's got to drop what they're doing. That's not the way it should work. This should be an iterative document that you're working on something, you make progress on it, you hit a milestone, you go in there, you update it. And it's something that's just there, part of your daily routine in terms of what you're doing with project work. So we're trying to get there. So right now, I don't have an answer to that first question.
I think the first thing we can do is go through it ourselves, and if there's anything that's specific, like not likely for City of Castlegar, but definitely the EA directors go through it. If there's something on there that you're like, oh, no, I'm good, you can take that off, that's the first step. The second one is there's something on there, again, that could be through a subservice, sub-regional service or service committee, bring it there and say, hey, guys, do we still want to do this? Some context I want to add is that in the 12 years I've been here, the amount of things that have been downloaded to local government in a quick scan was 4 major things within 4 years. And that stuff really, I saw that really delaying. I use planning as an example, which unfortunately our municipal directors don't get to participate in understanding how much we have at planning, but the cannabis regulations, the housing regulations, changes to the ALR, that all completely delayed any of our work on our official community plans, regular planning stuff. That's a significant component. I have 2 items. One of them is a resolution today that I've actually been in conversations with for over 5 years, but there was never a resolution for it. So there's also that complication where the hazard assessment on Johnson's Landing has been there since we had the original report done. And I considered it an operational issue and kept talking about it every time we got the annual report, not realizing and being told later, we need a motion on the books for that. And I'm like, oh, so that's happening today despite the 5-year conversation. So our complexity and diversity as 20 directors that often are not able to regionalize our consideration until we get to this table, I think is kind of the elephant in the room around how this is populated and how little we might have consideration for everything else. I will say that at the beginning of this term, not this term, but this year, I wanted to see a moratorium on all new projects, all because of what we have to cover. Like, I'm just like, no, we're not doing anything new. We need to focus on what's here. Director Graham, thank you so much. I would love to see your analysis. I really appreciate that. But we're the ones that guide a lot of this short of what's delegated by other orders of government. And that's where I see us losing sight of the grander picture when we bring our issues here. I'm also the one that does that sometimes as a rural area that has so much to consider. So I think we all have to take responsibility for that. We're all interested in cleaning this up and making sure we have a work plan that is workable for our staff. But right now we have more to do than we have staff to do it. And we have a lot of things that are not discretionary. So I think my fellow colleagues at CSLAC the other day understood kind of where I was coming from with not wanting to increase grant or not to continue grants. I'm like, that's one thing that's super easy. It's discretionary. It wouldn't be on the work plan. It's just part of their process. But just, I think we all need to be carrying that perspective of, is this absolutely necessary or is this going to punt something that is absolutely necessary? I think we need to be more critical with each other on that. So sorry, now we have a speakers list. Oh, Hewitt, okay. Just put your name on there because I'll think you're pointing to somebody.
What I was gonna raise is there a prioritization matrix for staff? Because I heard it mentioned that if the director isn't being a squeaky wheel, it doesn't rise to the top. So is that gonna tell all the directors, well, I'm gonna look at this and I'm gonna be that squeaky wheel, then in some ways, that is going to advance. Like if I had a list of items that I wanted addressed, if I'm bugging you enough, mine are gonna raise to the top and then to heck with everybody else. I think there's gotta be some mechanism and have it outlined that staff will look at. Priority is given to items that are mandated, items that are regional district wide, or items that are the oldest. So we know, is there a likelihood of these things ever getting addressed? Because obviously there are way too many things, like you said, for the staff capacity that we have. And there, I think, is a high likelihood that we wouldn't be adding staff just to go through and do all the items on the list. Some of them obviously very, very old and maybe not even valid. And I'm looking through and I've looked through and some of them are very similar. And we just made, one year we made a motion, but then, or one term, and then the next term we repeat it because the new directors do not know that we've already got a motion on the books that's being acted on.
Through the chair, I'm working on a prioritization matrix for the board. in terms of determining what projects you move forward and what priority you give them. When it comes to staff's priority, it really comes down to the order in which it was passed at the board, unless there's a timeline associated with the project that makes it more urgent. Grant applications, capital projects, RFP submissions, things like that. Obviously, there's some time sensitivity to some of those things. Things that aren't as time sensitive, they might fall down the list because there's other things that staff has to prioritize ahead of them. And we do look at the order they're passed in as well.
I think the one clarification is that the squeaky wheel was more in reference to if there's one on there from 7 years ago and no one said anything about it, obviously it's not important. The squeaky wheel isn't that I'm now going to punt everybody else because I've been speaking louder. So I think that that's a clarification to be clear about, that it's generally the order it comes in, and then grants, regulated authorities being delegated, things like that are the things that punt it. But trust me, as loud as I've been, I'm still at the end of the list. So I say that cheeky. Okay. Newell and Maine, and then we need to move on. You can submit
Okay, I
further.
won't belabor it then. But looking at the 50 capital projects that started in basically in 2024, 50. And they're all on progress or done or whatever. So that's one category. Like, I just don't want to reinvent the wheel or throw the baby out with the bathwater. So I went to environmental services. Everything had an explanation moving along, most of them from the 20s, the odd from 17 or 18, but most of them are within the last 4 or 5 years, making progress, some of them very complex. So I just don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but maybe a prioritizing process or whatever. But myself, I don't have a huge problem with this corporate report. I like it. I think it's valuable, and it shows like it's updated. We're making progress on it, slow but sure, and it's a few more % than it was 4 months ago. But we should take a look and see if some of them should be thrown away, like support on cannabis or whatever from 2021. Maybe it should go, but by and large, I actually think it's good, and I think we're making tremendous progress. And I think it's good to look at. One more thing.
Yep.
When we say, hey, let's do something else, I think we should look at this and say, as you were saying, well, let's not do this or replace this with this, or else realize it's a couple of years down the road. Anyway, I won't rant on. Thank you. Anymore, I have already.
Maine for the final, we're gonna move on.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Chair Watson, in response to when you made your statement and you referenced that CSLAC had agreed to suspend grant funding, that was for 1 year only. And so I just want it to be really accurate so that we don't get someone next year saying, but it's just for 1 year.
It's just for 1 year. Yeah. Okay, so staff have taken notes. We'll come back to that. Thank you, Director Graham. I did see that come in. Discretionary grants. Would anyone like to move this motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Mike. See ya. Discretionary, this looks like, thank you. Second, thank you. This is 5.5.1.2. Discussion. You guys are good? All right. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And community development. Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, Chair and CAO reports. Said a few things, and I'll try and do this and remember this a little better, but when I've been directed or staff have been directed and I sign it to create a briefing note or a letter on behalf of the board, I realized that we weren't always then circulating to you those final letters. So you will see attached to this section our input on the community, the wildfire program we were referencing earlier pop off, as well as the community works briefing note. So on the first item, I'll let you know that we did meet with Minister Anderson. Stuart and Dan attended as well as her staff. And she was very appreciative of the context. She was not a part of creating that program, but between what we gleaned from the community groups that have been successful, what we've heard from BC Wildfire Service, and other entities that she understood where we were coming from. They're interested to see if there are other ways of making this work and asked us specifically on that. And I believe our response was simply like the way it worked this year worked very well, perhaps providing direct funding for training where we're not involved in vetting that training would be a step forward. Other notes from that?
No.
Okay. And then on the community works one, so several of us were at the electoral area forum, and this is where this briefing note was sent to, as well as the ministry, to talk about the changes to the community works funding. They did a presentation. Sorry, David, please don't put stuff in chat that's discussion based. I don't know what you're referencing, so I'll just flag you to come back to you. Thank you. Thank you, Director David, that works. So with the community works conversation at the EA forum, I was able to reference our briefing note. They had it. I think in terms of moving forward, trying to remember the points we raised specifically, because during the presentation, they identified what was still eligible and what was still working. And it was, from my perspective, a little more feasible than what we had originally heard. And it was the same presenters we had at Rural Affairs. So it went pretty good. I was actually able to confirm eligibility for a project that we originally declined on. So that was really good. But that's there for your information. And then I have a couple of other notes. At executive this month, there were 2 delegation requests that were redirected. And this is something I thought of afterwards, sorry, executive and to admin. When we decline a delegation, I have to let you know and give you a reason why. Because what we did is we redirected them to sub-regional committees or to staff. I did not let you know. One of them was specific, I believe, to Nelson ENF and looking at some economic development stuff. So I believe we redirected them that way. Another one was looking for a right-of-way approval, which would be through Modi and our parks process. So we did not accept them as a delegation. We just said, please talk to staff. And is that, am I remembering correctly on those? Yeah. Thank you. And when we do that, Ange communicates to them because she's the one that receives the delegation request. This is what we're suggesting to you. So they're not necessarily a decline. You can work it this way. Those were considered quite operational, so there was no need to come to the board. Vice Chair, was there anything else we did this month that I'm forgetting about? No, okay. So I'm gonna go to David off, and then you've got Graham. Go ahead, Director David off.
That letter that was there, that was January 28th. Like, are we sending a new letter or was this letter already sent?
It was already sent. This is for your FYI.
Okay, so just there was a typo in it or a word missing. That's okay. That's all I was noting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Graham.
Thank you. So just a question for the chair, which is, the chair sent a couple of letters last month regarding the berries to the province. And I was wondering if the chair received any acknowledgement or response to either one of those letters.
I did not. I did go through, just to back up for a sec, procedurally, we've noted that sometimes I'll get something, but staff aren't copied. And so I go through my email at agenda prep and post to make sure if I missed anything that should be on correspondence. If we had, it would have been on our agenda received. But we're also noting to admin staff at the front that if they get something, don't just send it to me, send it to these guys as well, because sometimes it can end up in my junk file, just multiple people. So as far as I know, we've received no response from those letters. I should have also included them as part of the attachments. I know I forwarded them to you and Director Davidoff, but that's something I'm going to try and catch more again. Write a letter as chair when it's written, as long as the person receiving it has received it, I would then put it on the agenda so that everybody has it. And Ange and Stuart, you didn't see any responses from those ferry letters? Okay. Vandenberg, did you have your hand up?
No.
Oh, you were waving at somebody. Okay. Yeah, probably. Just leave it there. Okay, any other questions for me at this time? All right. Yeah. Okay. Okay, on to Rural Affairs, Director Jackman.
Okay, So yesterday morning, we have from yesterday morning meeting, we have 6 recommendations that are on the agenda today. The committee received delegations for items 7.3, 7.4, and 7.5 for land use applications. I will block a few. First one, zone recommendation arising from item 7.1, cancellation of building bylaw contravention. Pearson area H. Although the corporate officer be authorized to remove the NOD relating to the property as described.
You second that, Papa?
Yes.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I'd like to move the next 3 as a block. They are all development variance permits. There's 7.3 was Koziansik in Cole, area I, 7.4 was Benson Oil under area J. Number 7.5 was Sergey and Pierce, area A. They're all recommendations to approve the issuance of the development variance permit as described on the agenda for each item. All vote and move as a block.
We have a second. Thank you, Lockwood. Does anyone want to pull any of those? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Last 2 are community works funding applications. Item 9.1 is East Shore Connectivity Fiber Optic. 8, the second on 9.2 is community works fund down to Creston Ed Center. And move them as a block with the amounts and description as stated in the agenda.
We have a second. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And sorry, you did those as a block, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, director's motions. First one is my motion. This is, I'll just give you a bit of background on this. This is one where when Johnson's Landing slide occurred in 2012, within, I believe, a year or 2, we had a geotech assessment done, or the province did, to assess the hazard that remains. There is a hazard that remains, about 800,000 cubic meters of material at the top of Johnson's Landing. Based on that geotech assessment, we were informed and did apply what's called a high hazard zone to the area. And Ministry of Forest has done annual monitoring with specific points where they monitor it both on what they call the scarp and then at the bottom, because part of the slide was actually a groundwater saturation that occurred, as well as movement from the top. So Ministry of Forest has been doing a monitoring program every year. They send us an annual report at the end to say no movement, little movement, what was it? When I first initiated a planning conversation, I was including this in that because that has taken some time, and this high hazard zone actually has quite an impact on the community from a servicing perspective. Like Canada Post no longer crosses the line. Plowing can sometimes be difficult from a work safe BC perspective. Building, you need a geotech, which is going to be regular anyways because of the location. But there was definitely impacts to the community that have occurred. So this is one where I went through all of my communications, and it was significant, more than the Sandon ones. About 4 or 5 years of communications. And what occurred is I never had a motion on the books to say that this needs to occur, but I've had money set aside for 3 years to do this. So all of that to say that while this would be new from a motion perspective, the issue is not new, nor is the request to do this new. The other thing regarding it is that even though this motion indicates a specific process, staff is going to work with the province. There's actually a geotech that works in the area, another former geotech that worked on this. They're going to work together to figure out the best way to do this. So this may not be the way it lays out, but any funding required, I have committed to all along. So that's it. I'm going to move the motion. Thank you. Discussion. Newell.
I just wonder how the amount fits into this. Since it's not mentioned, I just was curious.
The amount, well, that's part of where I've had $10,000 set aside, which was the original guesstimate, which was probably 4 years ago. And that was when I was taking a different approach, which was, could we do this through NDMP work? So currently there is no number. I have 10,000 set aside. I've just committed to whatever this costs, I will cover it because I don't actually have a service that would do this.
If it's not needed and if it's good enough for staff,
Okay.
That's great.
Further discussion. You good with all that? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you. Director Graham, you're good. Okay. Director Newell?
Thanks. Can I move the motion and then speak to it briefly? So the motion's there, I'll move it. And it's a slight change to the public time description in our procedure bylaw. I think even today I was kind of struck at the challenge. So we get emails, we get phone calls, we hear from constituents and interested people that live within our area. And this would be an opportunity to not only have them say, hey, why are you doing that? But to say, hey, why don't you do this? So I think limiting the public time to questions, as I mentioned to you, is perhaps doing a disservice to the public. I think, why don't we want to hear from them? So 2 minutes to tell us what you think. So I would like to, I'm offering the opportunity for us to consider opening up the public time to more than just questions.
Thank you.
So that's the reason that I thought I'd bring this forward for us to consider and put on the list as we review things that could eventually get put into our procedure bylaw.
So a couple of notes. I just want to note that the procedure bylaw and opening it up is quite a process. So we would assume that this would be banked as the next time we do the procedure
when
bylaw.
it's opened up.
Okay, thank you.
But if the chair were to be flexible during things.
Well, I was
No,
gonna indicate
I didn't say that.
that is how I've approached it, and I would continue to do that. So with all that, I am gonna start giving us some time reminders. We have 2 very big items we still have to attend to. So in your discussion, please be brief and note that this will come back to us when we do the procedure bylaw again, okay? So who's on the list? We've got Jackman, Popoff, Vandenberg.
Thank you. In terms of receiving or listening to public statements, there's absolutely no limit today to talk to any and all of us. We get it all the time. I'm concerned that being at board level, it may create a grandstanding opportunity, which will deflect from our critical core work. And we talk about core work quite a bit. So I think the public understands, they want to talk to me, talk to whoever, do that. We will bring what we need to bring to the board. However, I do agree if Director Newell wants this to be a sort of a holding position for the next official or scheduled review, absolutely, let's talk about it in more detail.
Thank you. Popoff.
Yeah, thank you. Just a comment on that. We only allow 15 minutes. So to go in line with what Director Newell recommended, should we consider expanding it to maybe a half an hour? Because if we listen to comments and then there's no room for questions or responses, or are we limited to how much time we can allow for?
So by all means. Oh, Ange, go ahead.
Yeah, so through the chair, one of the amendments we did make to the procedure bylaw was the opportunity to extend public time to 30 minutes at the discretion of the chair if we needed to. So we still have the 11:45 as our allocated time to keep that consistent with our previous practices, but the chair can extend that time if needed.
Got my answer.
Great. Vandenberg.
Wait.
Thanks. Hewitt.
Thank you, through the chair. My only concern with this is, could this be used as a mechanism to circumvent the normal system of getting an item on the agenda? To me, it's sort of akin to us trolling Facebook to try and find agenda items. We've got enough business on our plate without using public time as a way for the public to introduce agenda items for our consideration. If there's concerns with something that we're doing, that's fine, but not to introduce a new item for our consideration. That should go through the proper process that everyone would have to go through. And as Director Jackman indicated, you know, the directors are always able to be approached. And if it is a compelling enough case that is being made, then that director can bring that agenda item to the table.
Thank you. Procedurally, no one could introduce a new agenda item through public time. They would have to go through the regular process regardless. Go ahead.
No, through the chair, my only comment on this is I think that the board is already extraordinarily accommodating when it comes to that. It's not, you don't stick to ask a question. You do allow the public to speak and provide comment already. I think that the only time it ever gets limited is when perhaps there's a member of the public who isn't being as respectful as we would expect them to be in this environment. Other than that, I think you're very accommodating. So personally, I'm not sure it's necessary. I think that the current bylaw allows certain controls for the chair to be able to limit things when needed, as opposed to it being a 2-minute opportunity for anyone to provide comment.
But we, again, when this comes back, we'll get to repeat the conversation and anything, because we did just adopt our new procedures bylaw. So this would be down the road. And at that time, we might have new considerations based on public time for the next year. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. To the members of the public, we have vehicles parked on the road over here and the laneway, and they need to be moved because you will be towed by our neighbors if not. Thank you so much. Feel free to park in the parking lot or across the street. Thank you. I'm sorry?
Or don't get towed.
Or don't get towed. Freedom. We have freedom. Okay, 7.3 is completed. 7.4, before we go to Director Davidoff, for this motion, I do want, Stuart was able to communicate with our legal team on this item, so he has some updates for us.
Yeah, to the chair. I think that an issue like this is always interesting because you have a delegation that comes forward and they're presenting their case, and of course they're promoting their case, so it's going to be a one-sided conversation. And because staff's not directed to go back and prepare a report that comes back and provides you with the pro cons and moving ahead with something, sometimes you don't hear that side of things. So I want to make sure that the board, you've heard all of the reasons why this motion should go forward, and I wanted to get some ideas on what are some of the risks that you face by doing so. So in conversation with some of our legal counsel, a couple of things came up. One of the concerns that was raised was, is this in the purview or the mandate of the regional district, through legislation? And really, when it comes down to it, anything that the board feels impacts their residents or their residents are concerned about would ultimately be part of your mandate. So if the board truly felt that this initiative is something that your residents are concerned with and you need to deal with on behalf of your residents, by all means, it would be considered part of your mandate. So that isn't so much of a concern, or as much of a concern as I thought at the beginning. The second piece that I wanted to get some information on was there was a concern brought up by director in conversation. What's the risk of perhaps a retaliatory lawsuit? Should there be, if the case doesn't go forward, or if it fails, us being potentially named in the class, there could be a risk of a slap lawsuit coming back for defamation if something like this fails. So that definitely is a risk going forward, depending on what happens with the file. I also received some wording around, what does a motion look like in terms of participating in something like this? And really, at this point, the way the motion is written, it's not joining the lawsuit. Really, at this point, what the first step is you got to find a representative plaintiff. So you've got to find someone who's going to lead the class to say that specific oil company or specific producer has caused me harm, and I can point exactly to the cost associated with it. And that representative plaintiff has to come forward. Now, obviously, that local government, municipality, regional district, wherever it end up being, they're going to have to incur costs because they're the ones doing the work to prove that case on behalf of the class. So after that representative plaintiff is identified, the regional district could join the class. So I think that there, should the motion pass, there should be some wording around joining the class versus supporting it should a representative plaintiff be identified. Other than that, I think that summarizes what I wanted to talk about. Sorry, I'm just going to other notes here. Nope, that's pretty much the summary. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So Director Davidoff, this is your motion. I assume you're there, your screen's covered, but are you there? You're
My-
unmuted.
My screen's covered, Chair. I think you should see me. Oh,
No,
that's,
we don't.
it's my piece of paper. that I'm holding. Sorry about that. Yes, my camera is covered. So I've just got my speaking notes here. So that's why. Is that okay?
Oh, it is. I just wanted to make sure you were there and you had heard what
I'm here.
director. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and I thank the CEO for addressing those points. So what I'd like to do is move the motion, and I think you've all had opportunity to read it because we're getting a lot of feedback on it. And secondly, if there's a seconder, then I would like to open.
Is there a second to the motion? Page, and it is seconded. It's on the floor, and we are going to use a timer just based on what we have left for the day and what we have to cover. So go ahead and I'll let you know when you're close to 2.
Thank you. The reason this motion is here is because we passed a motion when we're doing our climate action work to say that our ratepayers shouldn't be paying for damage caused by super polluters. And that was included in that motion. So this motion is a follow-up that we should be looking to recover damages from the polluters, from the super polluters in particular. And basically that's why this motion is here. And I made that motion when we did our climate action work and making this motion here to save our ratepayers money, not to tax them more for all the things that we keep getting downloaded and paying for. So just a couple of notes. Basically, there have been comments about, what this money's for. This is aimed at legal funds to get the lawsuits certified. And the timeline for certification can be several years. And Stuart was right when he said that, you need a plaintiff and then we look at joining. So a friendly amendment to the motion, whatever works, I would easily entertain. The RDCK declared a climate action imperative in 2019. Local governments are uniquely positioned to be able to join these actions, whereas provinces may be bound by existing contracts and legal obligations. Another benefit of local government participating in this is that local governments are protected from paying defendants legal fees via the Class Proceeding Act. And another reason is that, yes, we do get support for climate-related costs from provincial governments, but I think we heard some questions today in question period about the indirect climate costs that we end up paying for through taxation through our diverse services. And there's a long list of those being developed. I emailed all of.
You're at 2 minutes, just because I can't show you on the screen.
Okay, I emailed all of you key reasons for local governments to sue super polluters and potential outcomes. And there's a list there of 10. Chair, do you want me to go through those so they're on the record?
No,
just the headings. That's all I would do, or will that?
You're out of time, but we'll come back to you for the end. Why don't
Okay.
we go through the speakers and then we can have you close?
Chair,
everybody got your email.
Okay, so I think the heads are there. They're pretty clear. The other one is, do super polluters have insurance or contingency funds to pay for the damages they cause? I also sent that out to all of the directors. Yes, they do. And as a matter of fact, in some jurisdiction, they have to have liability trust funds and things like that to pay for damages. So this is something they're well aware of and they have paid for in many cases. So basically, there's a lot of material here. I don't know how the chair wants to do this. I got my 2 minutes and I guess I have to stop. So I urge you to debate this and discuss it and support it for the reasons stated that I stated verbally and emailed all of you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director David. I'll come back to you for the close as usual.
Thank you.
We're at 4 minutes now, and I'm just being cognizant. We have big items we still have to deal with, so I'm now on the crunch, and I apologize. Speakers list, Jackman, go ahead. Is this the list here? Okay.
Sure, thanks. I'd like to do this in two parts. The first one is this states that we will join a class action lawsuit. And to me, that the only way we get any money is if we join it anyway. So the CAO, that is where there could be jeopardy. If we join, that's what this says.
Yes, through the chair, if I had the liberty to rewrite this now after talking with certain people the last couple of days, I'd say support the development of a class action lawsuit and join it subject to a representative plaintiff being identified, something along those lines.
I would choose that as the
Director
French.
David Off?
Oh, sorry.
Please, can you mute and respect process, please?
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Are you going to move an amendment or are you going to keep speaking? Go ahead.
I want to speak a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Part of why I want to be cautious.
Mhm.
So yeah, I was thinking we could have a motion to support the fund. And then if we did, I think we'd also have to believe even further because we can't support the fund and have an expectation of being paid by that result unless we join it. So I think there's a jeopardy there that we have to be very specific. Here's a donation. And the reasons I have concerns, and it's a fashion thing in the States, and don't say it can't happen in Canada, a slap lawsuit. So that's a strategic lawsuit against public participation, isn't meant to win anything. It's meant for a corporation with a lot of money to drop $1 million on the table if they want, and to drag our staff and whoever through a 2-year process. Because they could easily state, making this up, that they are a corporation operating within existing laws with related regulations to produce corporate revenue. And we are interfering with that regulatory process and the business operations while we have collectively benefited from their corporate operations through energy to our industry, for our personal use, etc. It doesn't matter what they do as a counter lawsuit. It'll be something along that line, and our staff will be 2 years defending, maybe longer. That is the entitlement of every one of these corporations. So I cannot see us joining anything and opening us to that jeopardy. I cannot see us expecting, like it or not, money back necessarily. The province and the federal government need to do that hard, heavy lifting work. Yeah, we can do it.
Thank you. Do you want to hold off for?
I will hold off. I agree.
We'll do the discussion. Okay, thank you. Lockwood.
Thank you. I'm gonna speak against this and I'm gonna give some of my reasons. I'm not sure any person actually walked to this meeting today. We all drove a vehicle that was made with gas and oil, so we're a bunch of hypocrites in the first place. Second of all, my email, I was apologized to somebody that didn't put my name on an email list, and I thanked them for not putting my name on. They ended up putting on, I got 211 emails, and not all of them were for, and not all of them were against. We have 6,500 residents, and I've gone through and I've counted the emails. I think I've only received 300 and some out of the 65,000 residents. So I'm not in a position to say, yes, I'm gonna take $1 from every single resident. I think that if residents want to donate, as the CAO has indicated is our best is to support, if we wanted to do that, that they can support. If they have one person in their house, they can give $1, or if they have 10 people in their house, or they can give $500 themselves. So I'm gonna speak against it at this point.
Thank you. So we have Maine McLaren Co. page so far. Maine, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Even though I personally lean towards holding accountable the corporations, as a director, I have to say that absent senior orders of government doing the work that they should be doing to collect and corral the super polluters, to levy fees and taxes on the super polluters rather than giving them tax breaks. I think that it's not time for local government to do this type of action in a vacuum from when the two senior orders of government that should be doing something aren't. So, I will not support this at this time.
Thank you. Yeah, you get to speak.
Thanks, Chair. I'm trying to approach this open-mindedly. And I'm much like Director Main said, I understand the rationale behind this initiative. And to Director Lockwood's point, I drove here in an EV on Sunshine that I've driven for 5 years, have solar panels. I'm trying to do the things that and believe in all the energy efficiency and the fact that we need to switch to get away from fossil fuels, but I have some pretty serious concerns about where this would end up. People with power and money tend to keep their power and money. So if we join this, if this lawsuit is successful, who's going to bear the cost of that? And I think that's going to be the people that I know that are single parents that have to drive into town to go to work, and gasoline prices will rise. So I'm trying to be open to what the other side of this is, but I worry that the effect of this will not reduce the consumption of fossil fuels and will hurt the people who can afford it the least. So I'm not for or against, but I have some real trouble with the motion as it is.
Thank you. Paige.
I support the supporting of and the removal of the and further. I believe this is an all orders of government effort. I think, well, we are waiting for regulation globally, federally, provincially, that really captures the external costs of the emissions that we're currently experiencing and the runaway effects that are now being triggered. For the most vulnerable financially in our communities, the money we spend today is very significantly savings that communities and local government and families will be saving in the future in terms of responding to these disasters. I think our perspective as local government means we see costs and impacts in our asset management and how we have to retrofit things to prepare for new heat and cooling days that we see, and the destruction of infrastructure and the strengthening and overbuilding that we have to add to infrastructure now to make it last even close to what it used to. So at this stage, I think the question does need to be asked from a civil level and needs to be tested in court in terms of misinformation. I think that's part of the wind that everyone is fighting is corporate power is being spent so that other orders of government and us ourselves are being fed information of the lack of urgency, and we're being held in kind of a stasis position, and we need to be moving to action, even if it's not perfect action. So I would support moving this along and support $1 a person going towards exploring this question from this angle and doing all the diligence as we can to protect ourselves from retaliatory action. But I think just because we may be confronted by parties who wish to hold on to their power and money, that it doesn't mean we should be challenging the principles by which we are damaging the future. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Director Lund.
Sure, yeah, I wanted to speak up on behalf of the Village of Spokane. We've already resolved to join the Sue Big Oil campaign. And really, this is about advocating for corporate responsibility and responsibility of the super polluters. It's an opportunity to raise the issue to other orders of the government as well. It's an opportunity to take a leadership role as local government. However, the heavy lifting is not being done by local government. We would be contributing towards the cost associated with moving it forward. So I'm in support of the regional district voting in favor of this motion. The other piece at this table, I've also heard from the public as we were moving through the climate action work. There were a number from a wide scope of the community who said, hey, as taxpayers, I feel like it's not fair that we're doing the heavy lifting of dealing with the effects of climate change. So yeah, and there was an ask from the public through that process that we look for polluter pay options, and this is a potential to move that forward. So it's about corporate accountability. There's a lot of innovation that can come through corporations as well. So I don't think that necessarily that there'll be a direct consumer cost. There's significant profits with the oil companies as well. So yes, supporting this motion.
Director Grant.
Thank you. So through the chair, I struggle with this one. I see both sides to it. So I put this out to my newsletter for Area E, and I had a very strong majority with a very clear direction to me to not support this, primarily for the reasons that they wanted local government to focus on local issues. They really saw this as a benefit for just lawyers to make money for themselves. And they would rather see us working collaboratively as opposed to with the big oil companies that we still need for our daily lives. They would rather see us work on a collaborative basis with demand side management programs and others, and not go at this at a very aggressive court action. So that was what I heard from Area E residents. There was a minor support for it, but by and large it was not to do it. So I'll be voting against that for those reasons.
Thank you. Director Newell.
Thanks. Well, thanks, Director Davidoff, for bringing this forward, and thanks to all the emails and the perspectives. Very interesting and complex issue. And I drove up today home, but I dropped my car off for an oil change. So I walked part of the way. And it is a serious issue.
Sorry.
No, I started it and then I realized it is serious. And what happened today for me as we talked about essential services is I realized again that I really feel a challenge when I'm not in an area that is our lane, like subdivisions and septic fields and what have you. And even though our lane is supporting our people in whatever way we see fit, I'm just uncertain that joining, partnering with this action is the best service for our people. And I myself am certainly not nearly qualified enough to know if really I should do it and it is the right thing. So I agree with Director Main, who's been part of FCM for years, that I think it might be best to start at a different order of government. It's a taxation issue. This issue could be dealt with at a federal level through different taxation policies. We could pay $5 a liter for gas and use the profit of $3 a liter or $4 a liter to fund mitigation things. I was saying this as I was commuting to Salmo in the 90s, that just do what they do in Denmark and charge $5 a liter and then use the money to fund mitigation and such processes. So I think our venue is not the right place for this to move forward, and I am not qualified enough to know that it is the right thing. So for those reasons, I will be not supporting the resolution.
Thank you. I'm trying to go last before they pop off.
Did you get me?
Oh, sorry, I wrote a V instead of your full name. Sorry, go ahead.
Myself?
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
Vandenberg,
thank you to the chair.
please.
As a director for Area C, I absolutely oppose local government participating in the destruction of an industry that has repercussions on so many of our daily lives. This discriminates against the thousands of people who are employed in these industries. I feel local government should not be involved in activism, but rather focus on doing what it does in terms of collecting taxation to be proactively pursuing environmental stewardship. The province and the federal government already have policies at play that directly affect citizen energy poverty. 30% of RDCK residents already live in energy policy. I worry about class action, that will do up energy prices, including economic development within the RD. What entrepreneur would want to start a business in a jurisdiction who chooses activism over doing a good job of our primary mandates? Activism and ideology is not a mandate of local government, in my view. When you consider pollution from manufacturing of green, which I'll come around technology perspective, I would argue that there is more planet destruction from those industries when considering cradle to grave impacts. And I'm also aware of a corporation who has stated that they will systematically engage in legislation with any municipality if RDCK is to support this measure. Once again, I will not be supporting this. I think it's too risky.
Thank you, Director Vandenberg. Papa?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director David, for introducing this resolution. As a rural director, I had many emails, pro and con. And I looked at it and every one of them had a good reason whether to support it or not to support it. And when we had that presentation done here at the regional district table, one of the presenters is a lawyer from Area H. And we had her at one of our meetings on about wildfires, stuff like that. So I'm in a quandary of this. So I have to go back to what Director Main said. We have different orders of government. They can pass legislation for pollution, etc. They have that ability. We don't. And then I go back to looking at, we're not a municipality, we're a regional district. The regional districts were formed in 1965. And our mandate was to provide basic services to our residents that municipalities are providing to theirs. And over the last couple of years, we have expanded our mandate to include different areas of involvement. And as mentioned by the chair, we're overloaded as it is without going into taking on further tasks and asking our residents to contribute $1 with not a big amount, but it is $60,000. That money can be used for our mandated services that we were mandated to basically provide to our residents. So we are deviating from what we're supposed to do. And I struggle whether I'm going to support this or not. And at this point, listening to all the discussion that was here, I would not support this. And for the reason being that it falls outside our mandate. We're getting involved into other politics that maybe we should not be involved in. We can lobby our provincial government and our federal government individually if we so choose. But as a regional district, I go back to why we were created. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Davidoff, can I ask you to mute until we call on you for the close? Thank you. I'm just making sure. So there's no one else on the list right now, so I will speak. A couple notes, Community Works Fund is considered gas tax that we use for asset management, which is a tax on gas that we turn around and we get to use with the required criteria of long-term management with the inclusion of sustainability within that. That's part of the criteria of that fund. So just to note that that is something that does currently occur. Advocacy is definitely a large part of what we do. I spent over a decade advocating for regionalization of food systems, not our lane. We advocate for ferries, we advocate. So I'm wanting to differentiate the difference between activism and advocate, because as a rural director, I spend a ton of my time advocating for representation of my communities. That's a broad topic, but it's definitely never limited to our services. If it was, I could have 5 other jobs and be doing a ton of other things. So advocacy is a big part of what we do. However, I do have concerns with this approach. The 2 concerns I have, number 1 is the federal government and the provincial government subsidize and encourage the very industry that we're looking to sue through this process. And to me, the taxpayer is the taxpayer with one pocket. So we would be taking taxes to go against what is actually being subsidized at other orders of government. That for me, number one, is a fundamental issue because the taxpayer is paying for both aspects. The second part to that is I do have a very difficult time with using taxation, especially in a regional district where we are very limited to being service driven with a tangible ability to say that 52 cents on your 1,000 assessment is for the water system, it's for the fire service. Using taxation through local government for this, I cannot support whatsoever. I have fundamental issues with that. I don't debate the fact that there's impacts to our environment, and I don't want us to go down the road of pretending to be scientists because we're not, but for the 40 plus years I've been alive, I did a lot of work in environmental and food systems. I don't debate that. I stopped debating that a long time ago. That is true. But when it comes to the actual emergency costs, we also don't pay for those. Those are all refunded by the province, as is most of our major funding for our emergency and climate change programs. LGCAP, that is all through polluter pay funding. CRI, Community Resiliency Investment Fund for Fire Smart, that is all funded by the province. So most of our mitigation work is also funded by the province. Those are not direct costs to our taxpayers through local government. They are through taxation at the provincial level. So while I don't disagree with the need to address the impacts to our environment, I do disagree with the process we're looking at taking. And I could not support taking $1 from people who are not voluntarily signing up to be a part of a lawsuit. That should be a voluntary choice. So for those reasons, I can't support the motion as it is currently written. And I was trying to be last, minus David off for the close. Weatherhead, by all means, go ahead.
I just had a question. It's interesting how it's saying $1 per regional district resident as opposed to $1 per regional district residents. And is that intentional to say every baby and child? Okay.
David off for the close.
Thank you, Chair. Very good debate. Again, as I stated when I opened on this motion, the point of this resolution, and again, I agree with what CAO Horn said, it could be tweaked, but I think the ship has sailed on that because it's pretty clear there isn't support for this. The reasons are to save our taxpayers money. My constituents, and I have over 100 water systems in Area I, are tired of receiving letters from the province saying, conserve your water because of drought. We have municipalities like Nelson who have a surface water system on drought alerts. I work as a teacher in School District 20, and our kids are choking on wildfire smoke. All of this, these are the reasons. Saving our ratepayers money, looking after the public health of our kids. When the lawsuits against big tobacco started, the same arguments were made. And it's time we did something for future generations and our ratepayers, and not be timid about looking to who should pay. And it's consistent with the motion we passed when we passed our climate action plan. So I see where this is going. With respect to it, it's not in our lane. Local governments face increased costs from climate change, and elected officials have a fiduciary duty and fiscal responsibility to our ratepayers to minimize those costs. And we're not doing that by not looking at things like this. I would respectfully suggest that the CAO make the amendments to this motion, removing the and further and the wording, and circulating that to all of us, if there's someone that would move that. I don't know, I guess I can't, can I move an amendment of my own motion through the chair?
I would consider it friendly if you did.
Okay, so then asking the chair, asking the CAO through the chair, can you please circulate the amended wording that would legal feels more comfortable with? And then
Director Davidoff, we do not have that ready to roll. That's not something staff prepared, and that needs to come from a director and it needs to be written out. So if you want to do that for next month, we could do that. If you have a simple amendment you want to propose right now, I can't ask the CAO to start including stuff without time to process that.
No, basically there's 4 words that need to be added and then further removed. Could the CAO help me with that?
Not in this process. Write it out, put it in an email. He can figure it out that way.
Okay, I don't have the CAO wording, and the CAO didn't speak to me before just now. I was surprised that we got that report.
Because we got it 10 minutes ago. So, so by all means, the motion on the floor right now, we can either just finish this process and you can work on a separate one. You can propose an amendment right now. The CAO rewording it for you in this moment is not functional.
I am prepared to make the amendment, but the key thing is that could the CAO there's 3 words that need to be added in the first line and the and further needs to be removed. What are the 3 words?
I don't think he has that.
Could the CAO please respond?
So
He's working on it.
Through the chair, the motion that I've developed is not similar to what's on the page right now. It would be a significant change.
It's not the CAO's job
It's
to
not.
put our recommendations before the board. I appreciate his advice, his counsel,
Yeah.
that he's brought forward. It's not his job to try and craft our motions.
So Director Davidoff, I cannot ask the CAO to write your motion. He can certainly support you, but you need to finish this motion. And then you can come back with a different one next month.
Can we table this to a later time in the meeting, Chair, to allow me to craft the amendment?
No, I'd recommend that you either defeat this or let it pass, see where it goes, and then go from there. You can refer it to next month as well.
Okay.
We have a lot to cover in this meeting and 2 hours left, so I need to be cognizant.
I would make a motion to refer this to our next meeting to allow this work to get done.
On referral, are you seconding?
Yeah. No.
No. You can speak to the proprietary referral, not the details. And direction to staff. Go ahead, Paige.
What I heard is new information that come forward during this meeting. So the motion needs a chance to be reshaped. So on the prior for audience, appropriate to refer to this.
Okay, on referral.
This is a process of trying to get something through because I know it's not gonna happen. We're never gonna stop this. It's just.
You can vote against referral. We don't get into the details other than direction of staff at this time. So the motion is to refer. All those in favor to refer this till next month. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm like, you can't vote. Sorry. You're counting. I get it. Motion to refer fails, so we can take the vote on this one.
Could you call opposed because we have a default position? If you don't vote, please call opposed.
Opposed to referral. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Motion fails for referral. Back to the main motion. All those in favor? 1, 2. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Motion fails. Thank you very much. You're welcome to work with CAO on a different motion based on discussion for next month, Director Davidoff.
Thank you, Chair. I will do so. Take care.
Thank you. Okay. Well, don't leave. You still got work to do. But take care.
I'm still here.
Okay, good. Okay, folks, I'm gonna recommend that we do the consent agenda and then we break at 2:30 as per usual. Anyone need to pull anything from the consent agenda to edit or discuss?
Chair? No. Is this the first month we've done this? Second month?
Third.
What month are we? We did it in December too, eh? We worded it this way. Thanks anyway, it's awesome.
Okay, so we're not pulling anything. We're good on the consent agenda?
Just for clarity, is it all the eights? that we're
Yes, it's
considering?
all the way up to
Just the
8.2.
eights.
So all of 8.1,
Okay, to 8.1.
and then if nothing's being pulled, Ange?
So through the chair, all of them, 8.1, 8.2,
All the eights.
8.3, 8.4.
Oh,
8.1 through 8.4 is the consent agenda.
well, 8.4 is director's reports.
Correct.
So we stop there.
Well, those are for receipt. Those are for the written reports.
Okay, sorry. So I'm sorry, my apologies. It is all of the eights. So do you want to pull, I'm gonna start with the first section of 8.1. Does anything need to be pulled on minutes? Seeing none?
Yep.
Oh, yep.
Preston Valley, 8.1.12.
Okay, before you continue, is there any other minutes that need to be pulled? 8.1.2 is CSLAC. 8.1.12, Preston Valley. Okay, go ahead. You're the only one. By all means, what would you like? Denver.
Yes, on 9.1 in the minutes, the second bullet is not correct. It's not, including a reduction of 25% on how it would impact, it's not to the staff. It is, an offering to that present presenter to provide us with that information. I don't believe it reads that way. It's a staff direction. It's not a staff direction. It was the presenter.
Ange?
So through the chair, at the next Creston Valley Services Committee, when the committee is receiving the minutes, that item can be addressed there. And then the minutes can be provided again with that next meeting.
Okay, thanks, Ash.
Stuart?
Yeah, through the chair, just to Chair Director Vandenberg, the director of the library is very well aware of her responsibility to come back with that information. It's not staff's responsibility.
It sounded like.
Yeah,
it was
no,
staff direction.
through the chair, I understand how it might read, but just to make sure your comfort, Joe and Sarah are working together on that. Yeah, she understands her responsibility.
Thank you.
Okay. Next section, 8.2 for information. Are there any communications you would like to pull? If so, which number? Okay, I'm not seeing anything. 8.2.4, I'll just let you know as the chair, I let them know twice that we would not meet their deadline for response on Canada Post, but as directors, you can always send letters outside of our timeline. 8.3, accounts tables, Director Graham.
Just one question through the chair is why are we paying 119,000 to the regional district of Central Okanagan?
Through the chair, that's for a 911 econ contract.
Okay, anything else on those ones? Okay. 8.4, it is verbal reports this month. I'm going to recommend we move that to post in camera to see how much time we have left. Thank you, Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Remind me of that device. Okay, that's right. We have a late AKBLG motion submitted by Vandenberg. Could we do that after in camera?
Enthusiasm there.
Sorry. Oh, Tom,
You read the
Harry,
room
I'm
well.
so sorry.
Sorry about that.
I asked Aiden to circulate it to you and Stuart, or you and Angela. I'm sorry, Director Vandenberg. I get pressured at this point in the day. So could we place that at the, like in director's reports or something? Or director's motions, we've already done. Where do I do that? Can we even do that? Go ahead.
So through the chair, it would be a recommendation to add a late item, an AKBLG resolution, given 2/3 of the directors would have to vote to move forward with that recommendation.
Okay. So that's the process, because we've already gone past this part of the agenda. We need 2/3 vote to add a late item to the agenda. The agenda item is another motion for AKBLG, I'm assuming related to,
Exactly what you suggested I do.
what did I tell you to do?
Building code.
Pardon?
Building code.
Building code, okay. So that's what the item is. Right now, I'm gonna ask for those in favor. We need 2/3 to say this is an item we are going to add to our agenda today. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, it passes. Okay, but we're not doing it right now. Could we please take our break and then keep moving along until the end of the meeting? And we'll do it before verbal reports, because if we don't, it's definitely not happening. Does that work, Angela? Okay. So we move that to post in camera. Okay, so we're gonna take our afternoon 10-minute break. We're gonna come back and we're going in camera when we come back. Okay? To all the members of the public online, please, if you can disconnect now. Thank you very much for being present. Connie, if you're there, you're welcome to stay online until we're ready.
Fine.
Can you mute us, Angela? Thank you. Procedural question, go ahead, Director Graham.
I'm sorry, Amy, it's not a procedural question. It's from, I missed the CAO question, but I had a question for the CAO I wanted to ask in public.
He's gonna present something. You wanna ask it in public?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Tomorrow is our special budget meeting, and I was looking online and the budgets are not there, and I'm wondering when they're gonna be posted for the public.
Yev is working on it diligently right now. We're hoping by the end of the day. Yeah.
Or at least by 1 AM.
Yeah.
That's been 1 AM before, getting them right. Okay, and you sent them a note about a standard motion template?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. I will take a motion to close the meeting with the public. Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Recess of open meeting. Second discussion. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. So for those online, Valley Voice, DR,